All right, good evening. It is time for the first of our 3 days, I should say, of the 2025 NFL draft coverage on FloorDHSFootball.com. Josh Wilson, I'm in my Jaguars jersey. There's Christopher Lyke right there. And then we have got Reno in the house as well.
What's up?
What's going on? Yeah.
But I got the hat. What's up?
I've got a hat back here too. I've also got a Buccaneers hat too, so you know. But join on in, everybody. We'll be doing this for the next few nights here. Next 2 nights, and then the whole, most of the afternoon on Saturday, like I think it's like noon to 6, noon to 7 on Saturday. It's a long day on that one on Saturdays usually, but oh man, yeah, we're back. We are back.
I got my draft.
That music going a little bit there.
I got my draft show Powerade. I'm ready to go, baby.
Yeah, we got half an hour to go.
Yeah, and as we get the table set here,
Half an hour before the
yeah, I know. Before, is it half an hour before the commissioner comes out and gets booed? We're like the million times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just it just amazes me. I think the boos get louder and louder every year for the commissioner. So, I mean, he's definitely not the most well-liked person in the league, as we say here. But again, Josh Wilson, Christopher Lyke, Reno in the house here. It is the first night of 2 nights in 1 day of the 2025 NFL draft. We're going to come to you more in a way of in the focus of a Florida perspective, high school level, and also the 3 NFL teams that grace our state because, hey, Florida, one of the few, only a couple states that is lucky not to have 3 NFL teams. Texas only has 2. Chris, you're so familiar with Texas. How in the heck does the NFL only have 2 in Texas? You would think Texas, the size of Texas, would have 3 NFL teams like Florida and California.
I mean, major cities you have. You only got 2 out there.
I think Chris is frozen up here. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if I think we've lost Chris there for a moment.
He's playing a game called I'm Frozen.
I think Chris is frozen. Yeah, he has computer issues, so I'm going to take him off the screen here. So, oh boy, yep, we lost him. So, yeah, we'll just get him back here in a moment. But there's some comments already popping up here in the comments box here. So if you got a comment, got a question, got anything you want to throw out at us as we are doing this here, we're going to be on until probably usually probably the first round gets done about 8:30, not 8:30, 11:30, probably between 11 and 11:30 usually. So. And everything, but he's having to reboot his computer. We lost Chris right at the start there. Everything was going well until we went on. So, but
he'll be back.
Yeah, but we'll get the table set here for a moment here. But man, Ashton Genty, man, oh man. Talk about a talented prospect right there in Ashton Genty, and I'm sitting here looking at the prospects, but and once we get Chris back on, we'll really kind of dive deep into it. But I'll have to get Chris to share you the whole NFL draft package thing that he created but I've got this sheet here where it shows it's every team's needs. So I mean, Jacksonville, what Jacksonville really needs here, I mean, what we're looking at it, defensive lineman, cornerback, safety, offensive line, receiver. I mean, honestly, if anything, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, Jaguars need all the help on defense they can get because it was abysmal last year in that situation.
It definitely was. I mean, they need to reboot from the back up in this respect because without any of those back ends with the quarterbacks and safeties, you see what happens.
Yeah, no, it really is, and we do see what happened here and everything. But Zach is also saying, "Hey, hearing Greg Zabel to my Dolphins, ooh, see what happens there. Well, I'll bring the comments back up here in a moment. Here, as once we get Chris on, we'll definitely have a bit more of a conversation here. As he put this, this guy together of everything. I've got all the prospects from the Sunshine State here for us, and let's see. He looks like he's connecting back in. Hopefully, we'll see here in a moment here, but we'll have to see if he says things like all the experts have gently to the Jaguars, but I guess it depends on which experts are we listening to. Which experts are we listening to? We're waiting for Chris to get back on. I don't know if he's got his background fully set yet. He's trying to get that all situated there, so he's trying to get reset because the computer decided to technology issues, as they say. It definitely happens when you least expect it here. So we're just definitely waiting for him to get back on. All right. Make sure that he's saying sometimes that. And then, hey, our Emery says, "Hi, Josh. How's everyone? Let's see what you're going to talk about, and let's see who all the teams will select tonight during the first round. Hope everyone had a happy Easter." Yeah, it's hard to believe Easter was a little bit late this year, and
came and gone.
Yeah, came and gone just like that. And by the way, Monday. What does Monday start in Florida? Spring football for high schools.
Woo! Let's go.
But also, you know what? Not only does spring football start Monday, it's also the second round of the flag football playoffs for girls. Well,
wrong one. Woo!
Yeah, that was the button I wanted. I wasn't looking. I admit it. I wasn't looking, but now here we go. Now we got Chris back in the house here.
Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear us, Chris? There we go. There's the audio.
I don't know what happened. I can hear you. I don't know what happened. Just all of a sudden, I tried to crash. Right at the start of
Good man.
I expect nothing less, Chris.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there. But you know what? As we were waiting for you to get back, Chris, we were kind of getting the table set here, trying to start to get the table set, and Jenny says, hopefully the Jags are hungry and willing to spend the dough. I think they're willing to spend the dough. Chris, you may want to share, send Reno the link to the draft guide, but you created here. But looking at so far what we've got here in terms of the needs for the teams, it's really going to be really interesting to watch as the draft picks come out tonight here and watching everything. But man, it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes and see how these teams pick, because I heard something for the first time in the common draft era, every team in the NFL will be picking tonight. Can you believe that?
Really? I did not.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, I'm hearing some music somewhere in the background.
This is the first time.
That's probably just my son there.
Oh, the joys of live TV. Todd McShay. Apparently, Todd is coming out.
Unless there's a trade, which I'm expecting to happen, this would be the first night that all 32 teams would be picking on the first round.
No, it's not our. No, it's not our TV. No, it's not that.
Looking like a trade. Let's dig into that.
So this comment popping up here from Zach Lesnar. Todd McShay said earlier that the Jags are trying to trade up the two. I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts on this? Because I'm just not sure if that's a wise idea.
To answer that question, you have to answer: are they done with Trevor? I mean, who's going to go number one? It's going to be a quarterback. So what are they going to target?
That's the question. I really wonder what it is. Honestly, because as I look at it here on what Chris put together on the track, and this is what I've seen, But quarterback's never been flashed up on the screen as a need for the Jaguars.
Well,
I mean,
they could go for the two-way player Travis Hunter. They could go straight for him on defense. We just said they need to rebound there.
and do you realize I saw something earlier on NFL Network's coverage, by the way, which I've got it up on the screen here. I've got the audio. I can hear the audio on my end if I bring it up on my, but it's not, y'all are not going to hear the audio because obviously the NFL will come after us if we share the audio because obviously, copyright laws and all that good stuff. But
you were I'm just kidding.
but my question is why? And why would the Jaguars do this? I mean, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you the one team that teams are going to be not answering phone calls from is going to probably be from the Eagles. So they're going to avoid calling the Eagles because they're going to avoid taking those phone calls because we know, hey, Super Bowl champs, but we know that. Because teams are going to try to move up regardless of here, and I'll tell you this: it honestly, but I'm just wondering. As reported, they are not looking for. As they reported, not looking. I'll be honest. In my opinion, with Trevor is that it's the coaching has been it's been a carousel there for the Jaguars. I mean, got to get some stability in there for Trevor, but the question is. Seriously, dude, watch. Oh man. But I'm wondering. Okay, so Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Chris, what you got down with the linebacker, quarterback, edge, safety, and offensive line? Ooh, man. Now, see, here's the thing. The Buccaneers had like the third best offensive output in 2024, but 18th defensively. So they were kind of middle of the road defense, but offense, they really were the top of the line there. But honestly, who do you feel like Tampa Bay goes with at one, you guys? For the first round. Did y'all hear me or did I lose y'all?
I think he froze again.
Yeah, I think Chris is freezing up. Chris, can you still hear us?
There he is. He's back.
I don't think he's got his audio.
I'm gonna hang on 1 second.
Okay. Oh, he keeps having computer issues, so I don't know what's going on. But Zach Lesnar says Bucs have got to fix that secondary, and based upon what we've got here on the needs and everything for Tampa Bay, definitely cornerback and especially in safety. Cornerback and safety are the needs there for Tampa, but Miami.
They need some speed in the middle on that edge rush. Tampa does. And I think that's going to be key for them is getting that edge rusher replaced on defense.
Yeah. We got to see what's going on with Chris's audio and see here what's going on. So hopefully everything will get back. Hopefully we'll get him, see if we can get Chris back on here.
I'm impressed with Cam Ward. He just walked out, and he is dressed
There we go.
very professional. I like that.
Good, and that's what these. And I will tell you, this is what most of these guys need to be, anyways. Dress professional when you're coming into this. Have a look. This is basically unofficial. I mean, it's basically an unofficial job interview with the instead of with the team, it's with the public.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
So, Chris, talk about what you did here with this on the draft guide. That was where we go through tonight, the needs of these teams, because everybody here, how you got it set up and all that. It's really interesting to see how these teams have needs, and a lot of these teams have a lot of the same needs. It seems like. Audio keeps messing up. I think
he froze again, but you're correct. I mean, the needs are very specific for each team this year. The NFL is going through a shift as we go through some. But we're seeing a big shift in the NFL, especially with the reemergence of the running back. I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more
Technology is
draft running
freezing
backs.
up, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I had to pull you off the screen because you keep freezing, Chris. Yeah.
But I think with that merger and that change, you're going to start seeing drafts drastically shift back to what, well, I hate to say it, now I feel old, how we grew up watching drafts. You know, it's going to be a main focus on your defense and pounding the ball.
No, absolutely. And Cam Ward, obviously the University of Miami, definitely. Cam Ward is a great representative of the University of Miami. Grateful for what he did. He completely changed the culture, and hey, Miami went up this year, and that's huge. They've been doing a lot there and everything. So it seems like Chris is having an unstable connection. So I don't know what we need to do. What we're going to try to do is work on it. Obviously, as we get closer here, because obviously, we're about less than 15 minutes out. They're going through the national anthem. They're doing all the what would you call if this was a game? This would be the pregame festivities happening here. Basically, at this point, what is happening here going on? So hopefully, we'll see if we can get Chris back on here. Let's see if it is stable. The connection is stabilized out. Chris, can you hear us good? Yeah, we're still having some connection issues here. Yeah, we're still having some technical issues there with Chris trying to get him situated here on that. But let me see what we've got going on.
Can you hear mine at all?
I can hear you good.
No, can you hear my feed from the TV?
No, I can't actually hear your feed from the TV, so you're good.
Just want to make sure.
So I actually,
America, by the way, God bless America.
Yeah, and right now they're going through the national anthem right now. So boy, the crowd, what I'm seeing here on NFL Network right now with the crowd is just wow. I mean, that looks like a
ESPN feed. It's just as wild.
It sees of thousands upon thousands of people there in Green Bay, and my understanding is that it's between where the draft state, they're doing stuff inside and outside the stadium. So it's just amazing. So we're trying to. It's definitely it is beautiful. Yeah,
Josh, what if it ever came to Florida?
Well, I'm telling you now. Wait until the Jaguars stadium renovations are done here in about 3 years' time. Probably, I'd say for probably either the 2029 draft or 2030. That's probably when they'll get it.
Sounds fair.
Because it's going to take a little over 3 years for them to get the stadium renovated and all that. We don't even know where the Jaguars are going to play at in 2027.
Oh, we know where they're going to play. You know where it's going to end up at.
Coming down here to the GNV.
They should. If Gainesville can get the logistics together, it'd be a great spot for them.
Yeah. So, no, absolutely. And Zach Lesnar says it's crazy what they have turned the NFL draft into, and yes, that is definitely crazy. Let's see if he's we got Chris here. Chris, can you hear us?
Okay, is that better? I can hear you.
I think that's better. The thing is,
I can hear you fine.
Okay, good. Because as I say, welcome back, Cotter. Right? Welcome back. But anyways, kind of get a couple things situated.
Technology.
Yeah, technology. It's just definitely not one of those things that wants to work with us sometimes.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, it was working just fine right before the show, and then all of a sudden.
Yeah. Chris, I do wonder if real quick, I do wonder if depending on if you got too much, if on your computer, are you streaming on your computer too at the same time with the
no.
Okay, because I know sometimes depending on what you've got,
No.
thing it can impact the connection. So that's why I just wanted to double check because I have had it happen to me on my end. So just making sure of all that. But yeah. All right. I mean, kind of give us your thoughts of what you're thinking here with the how tonight might go, just based upon what you did on the research here that you were looking at during the week here with all the stuff with all 32 teams, because on the draft team needs that you've got here, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of teams either have well, I mean, there's let's see, seven teams have new head coaches. A lot more have new offensive coordinators, and a bunch have new defensive coordinators, and some have all three together, where they have had a complete replacement.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of these teams like New England and Jacksonville, and Las Vegas, the Jets, New Orleans, Chicago, and Dallas, they all have new head coaches. So it's going to be interesting to see how these new staff round up what they need and see what kind of players fit their team this year.
Oh, absolutely. And now looking at all these teams here, I mean, especially when we're focused on, especially when we're going to give it a more of a Florida perspective here. Obviously, the biggest name right now, based upon the projections, what we have heard, this could actually be an interesting night for the Sunshine State. Let's kind of set the table on that one, because it's not about in this situation about what the NFL teams do, but it's what about the talent that comes from each state. And Florida over the last decade has led all 50 states, and including as well as Washington, D.C. when you add it in terms of counting D.C. as a state, even though it's not a state. We've led in terms of the number of people drafted, former high school athletes that played high school football here in the Sunshine State, drafted over the last 10 years. And our buddy Jeff Fisher over at High School Football America, I think the count of the first round picks that we've had in the last 10 years and from that have come from the Sunshine State, 47. So we have led the nation, not just in terms of the counts of how many draft picks we have across the board. Florida's also led the state, it's led the nation in terms of how many in each NFL draft, how many players from the state have been selected. And yes, that numbers, in more recent years, the numbers also include draft picks that have played high school football at IMG Academy. IMG Academy, they're based here in Florida. We count them in that number. And that's the way everybody goes around that number, even though they may have come from different states. They may have, started their high school football careers in different high schools. At the end of the day, IMG Academy based down in Bradenton, that's what it is. And that's how it rolls.
100%, Josh. You're right, man. I mean, it's just the talent pool and where it comes from. I mean, we're a big recruiter in that respect, not from the college side and from the NFL perspective on my side. I think that's something they look at, your overall performance, where you're from, and everything.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Go ahead.
In terms of this year, I don't see Florida being a prevalent first round appearance. You're probably going to have maybe one player coming from Florida in the maybe one or two players coming from Florida in the first round. One of them actually didn't go to high school in Florida, and you're going to have another one come up later on in the first round as well. So it's going to be a slow night for Florida in terms of the first round, but when we come to the second and third round, it's going to pick up.
No, absolutely. And what's going to be real interesting, and I'm going to bring up a comment back what Zach Lesnar said earlier at the start of the show here, and because this is when you were starting to have the issues here. But about this one, Jitney to the Jags. We were just talking about Ashton Jitney before going on. And I mean, honestly, where you're talking about a Florida native, was born here in Florida, played high school football in Texas, Boise State, could be, a high first round pick here. I mean, Do you see this possibly happen? I just don't see it, Chris. I just don't think Jitney goes to the Jags here in this situation. I just don't see it because it's not running back's not a need for the Jaguars right now.
Yeah, running back is solid for Jacksonville. I just don't see it as a good fit for Genty. If they do pick him, they're gonna have to make some move to get him on that roster. I just don't see Jacksonville as a good fit. I could see him going to Vegas or maybe Chicago, maybe Cleveland with the number 2 pick. But I think Genty will be gone before Jacksonville gets on the board.
And also, what Zach Lesnar brought up here a few minutes ago, this is also, again, when we were trying to get resituated and everything, that the Jaguars, there's some talk that the Jaguars are trying to move up to number 2. Do you think that would be crazy if that actually happens?
It would be crazy, but I can see it, but I don't see it. Cleveland, they need a lot. And it's not just the top 5 quarterback, offensive line, defensive, and they need a lot of offense. They really struggled on offense last year. I just don't see Cleveland trading that pick. They're going to need a quarterback. They're going to need a running back, and everything right there in the wall for Cleveland to take.
No, absolutely.
So even if the Jags did complete a deal, who are they going to take? Hunter or Carter? Who would they go with? What would be the best selection for the Jags at number 2?
I mean, that's the question mark. It's who would the Jaguars take? I mean, considering at number 2, I mean, honestly, because again, who you draft at what was at the number, it's going to dictate how much money you got to spend right out the door with that first round pick. Because because you got these elevators here.
That goes back to what you said. Are they willing to spend the money? Is the Jags willing to get into the purse this year to make it happen?
Well, and that brings up a valid point here of, okay, what, let me see. I'm going to look it up here because that way we can have an idea, see if I can find the numbers here. Okay. It's called overthecap.com. And this is actually, they've been pretty good about keeping track of these numbers here in terms of what the salary caps are. So the salary cap is $279.2 million this year for every single NFL team. And right now, as it stands here, looking for the Jaguars here, right now, as it stands here, the Jaguars have sitting there right now, in terms of cap space, a little over $29 million, the effective cap space at $20 million. So really right this second, and here's the thing on the Jaguars, they have almost $59 million sitting there in dead money. Dead money. Yeah, I mean it means most likely where's that money going to? Players that are not even on the roster anymore.
Yep. Wow, the dead money this year is ridiculous.
And it's ridiculous for a lot of teams. It's not just the Jaguars. That's a lot of teams. You're right on the dead money, right? For the 49ers, almost $81 million. I mean, I'm an equal opportunist here. So let's look at the Dolphins here. $30 million in dead money. And where's the Buccaneers sitting at $33 million in dead money. So, I mean, Dolphins only have an effective cap space of 11 million, and they have cap space of actually 16 million. So the Dolphins don't. I mean, that's the question. Do you see the Dolphins maybe potentially trading here based on the fact that their cap space, they don't have as much cap space to probably fit some of these rookies in versus some of the other teams?
Chris, tell me I'm wrong, but I think the Dolphins have more to give than the Jaguars to get the number 2.
Yeah, Miami's got a lot more talent than Jacksonville right now. Defensively, the Dolphins were amazing last year. It was just their offense that let them down. And they're going to be looking at offense and defensive line. So I think that's where the bulk of Miami's focus is going to be, on that line. So if just to shore up any kind of holes that they need. But yeah, I don't see Miami going up either, based on the restrictions that they've got. I think they're perfectly fine where they're at.
Man, oh man. Well, it is just a minute past 8 o'clock Eastern time, minute past 7 o'clock Central time, and it is Green Bay being Central time, so it is just 7 o'clock there, and it is they are now starting to do the intro for the draft. Of course, they say 8 o'clock start time. It probably be another 15 minutes before we hear the commissioner come out and say the draft is open here, because this is just the way it seems to go. It's these long dragged out things.
Look at it; they're trying to hype him up so they don't boo him. The boo is coming. We know the boo is coming.
I mean. And the crowd is just amazing. I mean, the fact that you look at all these people that have that are either in Green Bay, live in Wisconsin, or they made the trek up to Lambeau is just it's just amazing. And it's of course this is Green Bay's this is Green Bay's this will be the closest thing they ever get to a Super Bowl, hosting the draft.
Oh,
not a Super Bowl victory. Hosting a Super Bowl, I should say.
My Brett Favre me is hurting. That's wrong.
Uh-oh. Did I just do something that would cue this up?
Where's Ron? Hey, Ron.
By the way, Coach John Staples at Bradford, congratulations to his Tornadoes victors last night over Keystone Heights, 37-9 in girls flag football. So there you go.
Congrats.
Now they will travel to University Christian on Monday for the regional semifinals in Class 1A. So, well, here we go. It is business to get started here in a moment here. And question is when does Tennessee go on the clock here? And that'll be coming up here in just a few minutes here. And we'll have to see what is going to happen here and with the draft order as we speak. And it's
there he is. There he is. The boo is happening.
Yeah, I'm hearing the boo. I've got
my looking back.
Woo!
A beach cruiser of all things.
They haven't showed him come up on the beach cruise. Is that what he's coming in on?
What are they doing?
By the way, I didn't realize this is the 90th draft. I didn't realize that either. Wow, this is great. What?
Lil Wayne rode out with
Lil Wayne? Oh, wow.
Who said it earlier? I can't believe what the draft has turned into. I wholeheartedly agree with you now.
I mean, it's almost like a mini Super Bowl.
I loved him growing up. That was like I wanted to be like him. There it is. There it is. And for all our fans out there, boo!
Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so we're gonna get the table set here just a little bit more. What you're going to start seeing come up here on the screen in a moment is our draft tracker. We're going to have all the picks that have come in from the Sunshine State listed. We're going to do the state-by-state count. Thanks to our friends at High School Football America, we're going to keep track of that as best as we can through Jeff Fisher and what he does, because he does a national tracker. HighSchoolFootballAmerica.com is where you can check out his stuff at. Real quick, thanks to some of our partners that have really made things possible, and we're going to continue to grow in our partnership space. Well, Florida Coaches Coalition, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Foundation, ScoreStream, Box Out Sports, the Florida High School 7v7 Association, NFHS Network, where you can live stream the flag football state championship games coming up here in less than 3 weeks. And then also First Down Playbook and Jaguars Prep. So thank you to all those who have been partners here with us here at FloridaHSFootball.com. And the commissioner is coming up here. So He's taking the slow walk to the mic here. Pretty typical, right?
I'm ahead of you, I guess.
Well, I'm probably. It's probably.
Okay, so Tennessee is just about ready to get on the clock.
So if y'all didn't know, this is my team growing up. I was a huge Packers fan as a kid. Huge. Oh.
Why are they booing? That's funny.
Little Wayne.
Jenny, it's a tradition that they boo the commissioner. They do it at the NHL draft, they do it at the NBA draft, and they do it at the NFL draft. So any 12 sport league commissioner at the draft, they all get booed.
Yeah. Well, here we go. This is it. This is time. Who's excited? Who's excited? Why are they booing him? Yeah, well, yeah, Chris was just explaining that, Jenny. There we go.
I love Clay Matthews. Wait till you get caught up. That is great stuff.
Yeah, booing league commissioner is a tradition.
But who gets booed the most? It's Roger. Come on, let's just admit it. It's Roger. He gets booed wildly every year.
He's got the history to be.
You know, I would put Gary Bettman from the NHL right next to Goodell on getting booed.
Well, I'm waiting for the on the clock to happen. This is.
I officially have the Titans on the clock.
All right. Well,
Titans are now on the clock.
There we go. All right, Titans are on the clock. All right. Well, guess what? We will bring this up here on the screen here, and it is welcome to the draft tracker. It is ready to go. First pick coming soon. And on the clock are the Titans. Let's see what's going to happen here tonight, because honestly, I again, we said it's a start here. All 32 teams actually have a pick tonight, which has never happened in the common draft. Usually somebody has traded their pick in the first round. It's been
Jenny, because it's boring.
That's never happened, but at the same time,
to make it fun.
There you go. We're gonna make it fun. We're gonna have fun, right?
Draft night, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, all 32 teams got a pick tonight, but I would expect a trade. So probably that probably will not happen. More than likely.
What, that all 32 will pick tonight? My thing is here's my question. Does somebody try to backdoor into the first round to get a second pick in this first round? Well, here we go. Is it definitely okay? So is it definitely?
I've got 7:53 on the clock remaining on my.
Oh, so I'm like 2 minutes behind on my on my time here. So it's probably because you're probably on cable and I'm on a live stream. I'm streaming it in through on the Roku.
Oh, I'm on fiber, baby.
I've got 7:43 on my clock.
Okay, so I'm about 2 minutes behind on. So but I've got the draft. I've got stuff up here on the screen. So hey, as long as it's,
just don't let me spoil it. Let me know when I can spoil it.
It's fine. Hey, you can spoil it all you want. I'd rather just keep the flow going here. But here's my thing: is if it's not Cam Ward. If it's not Cam Ward going on, if it's not Cam Ward going to Tennessee, then who is it?
Sanders. They'll go to Sanders. I'm sure of.
I would be very shocked if it's not Cam Ward.
I mean, I agree. I really think it is going to be Cam
But
Ward.
let's talk about Shadur Sanders for a moment. What has Shadur done to earn a top 10 pick? What has Shadur done?
I didn't say he earned a top 10 pick. You asked who was going to be, and I answered that question.
I know, but if it is Shadur, why does he deserve to be the top overall pick? Just because he's the son of Deion Sanders, Coach Prime?
He's more of a threat quarterback, and I don't think the NFL is ready for threat quarterback. As I mentioned earlier, they're shifting the running backs again. I don't know where Sanders fits into a play pattern with any real team. Does anyone out there have a play pattern where he can walk into an NFL team? Tell me what team he can go walk onto. I don't know which team can do what he has.
Well, no team, because no team's prepared for it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I know it's a bad analogy, but it's the Tim Tebow effect, right? You're one of the greatest college players that ever lived, but you're not NFL quality for some reason.
And that's the thing, and you know, it's sad what happened to Tebow over a decade ago, because, you know, I think had Tebow been given a more fair shake, Tebow could have had a long, productive NFL career. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the NFL wasn't ready for Tebow.
Yeah.
Not just, it's unfortunate.
And we can say the same about Sanders, who it's not a problem of his skill set. Who has the time and money to invest to get into where he actually needs to be outside of being Deion's son?
I mean, that's just it. It's who's gonna have it, and but
I'd love to see him on a Hard Knocks if he got drafted.
Honestly, I think NFL defenses are going to have a field day on Shadur Sanders. It's just logic. I mean, I just don't see Shadur Sanders being a highly touted quarterback in the NFL.
well, first pick is coming in soon from the Titans here. It says the Browns are on the clock, so let's see who. I mean, at this point, they're on the phone. It's probably Cam Ward. If it's not Cam Ward, I'd be stunned. Boy.
Pick is in. On my side, pick is in.
Well, we'll see what happens. Browns are on the clock right now, so we'll see what happens there. But Cam Ward play for Columbia out of West Columbia, Texas. Chris, talk about since you're familiar more with the Texas landscape out there that you know of, because obviously you covered Texas for years. Is Columbia one of those teams out there in West Texas, out there in West Columbia, Texas? Are they one of those programs that are like more the mid-level type tier schools in Texas versus some of the ones that we hear about often? Like like Katy, for instance. Some of the other schools that we know out there in Texas that are top near tier national. Allen and being another
West
one.
Columbia is West Columbia is basically a middle tier school, basically. They're like a 3A, 4A type school.
Commissioners approaching the state.
In Texas, so yeah, they're up in the southwest of Houston. So just to give you an idea of where they're at. So.
Wow.
Cam.
Okay.
First pick is Cam.
Well, we'll see what happens here, and there you go, right up on the screen. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Cam Ward. And that, again, everybody had Cam Ward pegged going to the Titans, and that should be no shocker there. With that said, so and everything. But with that said, Texas goes
Jaguars stole the second pick.
I see. Wait, there was talks about it.
They moved. The Browns are now at number 5. Jaguars.
Wow.
So it did happen. That's interesting.
Wow.
Zach Lesnar, are you still on? Zach Lesnar, if you're still on here watching, see, there you go. There you go.
Hey,
there you go.
Jaguars are paying for it. They gave away the shit for that pick. They just gave away the shit, man. That boat is gone. Oh my God.
So who do you think? Okay, so with the Jaguars going to 2 now, who do you think it is?
Oh boy.
Who do you think it is?
All brackets are busted. I think
Zach Lesnar thinks Travis
I
Hunter.
would not be-
That would be.
I agree. I mean, you either go Hunter or a duel. I mean, who do you pick?
I would go with Duke Carter.
Yeah. I mean, but do you want the two-way play?
It's a no-brainer.
Of Hunter.
Carter is a no-brainer.
I mean, now here's my question. But here's my question now. What are the Jaguars giving up to go up to 2? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. What are the Jaguars going to give up here? So I want to know what James Gladstone and what head coach and what they're thinking. I want to know what they're thinking there at One Everbank Stadium right now. So with that said, the Jaguars are now officially on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, and that was not something I saw coming, and I can tell you that right now. We will go with that in the actually, let me fix that right there. And well, that said, the Jaguars are now on the clock. Boy, I'm stunned, and I'm trying to keep here's the thing. For Travis Hunter, I mean, honestly, this is his really thing. I mean, because here's the thing. The things to know about the Jaguars here, you got Liam Cohen as the new head coach. You have a 34-year-old general manager. His name is James Gladstone. Came from the Los Angeles Rams. Had like almost a decade of experience out there with the Rams. I mean, he's young. I thought they were hiring a 25-year-old when I first saw him, but he's 34, and honestly, interjecting the youth into the Jaguars organization. And I honestly, as me as a Jaguars fan, I'm actually excited to see what he is going to do with him. And then also then when they named Tony Baselli in the process of all this being the executive vice president of football operations. I mean, Tony, a Hall of Famer and everything. I mean,
Okay, so the Jaguars received the second overall pick, 25th, the 2025 fourth round pick, the 2025 sixth round pick. The Browns got a 25 fifth overall pick, the second and fourth round pick for this year, and a third round pick for next year.
So the Jaguars are not going to pick 2, 4, and 5 now in this draft.
So what? Wait a second. The Jaguars are not going to pick in the second, fourth, or fifth rounds this year?
Correct.
Jacksonville never does that. Never. The Jaguars never usually do this kind of deal. Usually it's everybody, all these other teams that's doing these kind of deals where they're not picking in the second or the fourth or the fifth.
Well.
Say what now?
Part of the deal is the second round. Part of the deal is the second. It's also a third round pick for next year. So
we get a third. So the Jaguars get a third round pick for next year.
And they gave up their first round pick.
Yeah, they gave up the first round pick for this year. For next year.
They gave up the first round pick for next year?
Yes.
Pick is in.
That is, to me, that is Man,
That screams Travis Hunter. They're just putting it all on the table.
man, I don't. This is. Oh,
Trevor
man.
Hunter, he's sitting there eating a Snickers. He's so nervous.
It's going to be Travis Hunter. I'll tell you why.
I mean, you got Adam Schefter from ESPN saying this is a blockbuster. I mean, this is the first trade of the NFL, the 2025 NFL draft is a blockbuster. I mean, I'm now reading it. Holy cow! Oh, man, I'm just.
It's going to be Travis Hunter.
My mind is.
I'll tell you why. Jacksonville has a need. Jacksonville has a need at cornerback, safety, and wide receiver. Guess who played both positions of those needs?
Travis Hunter.
Some guy named Travis Hunter.
Man, this is. My mind is blown right
Travis
now.
Hunter play both ways. You're going to see Travis Hunter play both ways in Jacksonville.
My mind is blowing. And that's what that they're talking about it, killing two birds with one stone here. Yeah, there you go, guys. That's what this is crazy. The Jaguars this is not something the Jaguars do. The Jaguars have been around for 30 plus years. I've been a fan all these 30 plus years. I've never seen them do something like this. Never. Never.
It makes sense.
Never.
Though, because Jacksonville needs Travis Hunter.
All right, here's the round 2 pick. Jaguars pick is
Duval. Well, the question is how did because they had 2 cards for Travis Hunter. One for each both position. So how are they going to call it out? Is it going to be both positions? Is it going to be one or the other? I'm curious to see how it's going to be called.
It could be both.
So Travis Hunter, and they're listing him officially as a wide receiver and defensive back, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow. Boy, Travis Hunter out of Collins Hill in Georgia. So this is, man.
Here we go.
This is pretty cool. Eric Armstead from the Jaguars.
Wide receiver, defensive back, Travis Hunter to the Jags.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The Jaguars. Now the Giants are on the clock here tonight, and this is huge here. I mean, honestly,
they killed basically Jacksonville killed 2 birds with one stone on their defense, on their needs, wide receiver and cornerback.
Well, everyone's draft bingo card is gone.
And yeah, and they listed the NFL is officially listing as quarterback / wide receiver for Travis Hunter. So I mean, this is huge right here. I am just like stunned here that the Jaguars pulled off this blockbuster of a trade. I mean, as you said, Reno, everything is negotiable today, and that's just, man.
I've never seen the movie Draft Day. Great movie, by the way. Great movie.
Man, I'm just.
The Giants are going to be interesting to see what they do because they have a lot of needs on the line, and they especially a quarterback. So
I mean, this is just such a bold move by Jacksonville. Now the Giants are up on the clock, and who do you think the Giants may go with here? Is it, you said obviously quarterback is a big need for the Giants here, and Emery chimes in and says, "Looks like they went with Travis Hunter to speak. Desperately wanted him to give up all that crap." But boy, you're right. You're right. You're right, Emery. You in order to get what you want in this league, in the NFL these days, you basically have got to sell the house, and that's what the Jaguars kind of did, is sold the house, and maybe the St. Johns River at that too. I mean,
I told you the boat left. Colin's boat, it does not exist in the river anymore. It is gone. He gave it up. Good.
I can see Jacksonville going with Abdul Carter. No, the Giants going with Abdul Carter, or maybe
and Travis Hunter. I'm watching the clip from NFL because I'm a couple of minutes behind here on the thing, but on the stream. But he just looks like he's actually excited because if I'm Travis Hunter, being able to play close to home as you can get without being in Atlanta, Jacksonville is the next best thing you could probably get.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, Chris. I think the Giants are going to go a duel on this one. They need that edge rusher, and he should plug that hole pretty well.
Edge rusher, man. Looking at our list of national prospects here. Edge rusher. Man. Wow. Which would give Pennsylvania, if he gets drafted here, would give Pennsylvania their first draft pick of the night from the state. So right now, so Georgia 1, Texas 1, Pennsylvania might be the third state to get a draft pick tonight in terms of where high school football players have played. Of course, Jeff Fisher's doing his national draft tracker over there at highschoolfootballamerica.com, and we'll be referencing off his numbers as well. But for right now, kind of easy for us to track because we're kind of in the throes here of this first round here. And I don't know, did we really kind of hit on this here earlier? Maybe not. We didn't, but let's hit on it. The fact that there's a possibility that the Sunshine State may only end up having only one first-round draft pick tonight out of the high school football players that played high school football in the state. I mean, that's crazy. Chris, remember that year when we had 0 from Florida?
Oh, yeah.
I sat there the entire draft night. Do you remember what year that was? I was trying to go back and look at it because I got quoted, and when I tweeted it out, I got quoted by a couple of the national guys that were just like, yeah, this is unusual. This doesn't happen.
I believe it was early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken.
Or like it was not that long ago. I want to say it was like 2018, 2017, maybe. Might have been 2018.
That would make sense.
I mean, I have to go back and look, and this is where I'm gonna since we're sitting here kind of waiting here. Okay, so the Giants are
the Giants. The pick is in for the Giants, so the
we're just waiting on commish.
See what the Giants do here.
Well, now the Patriots are on the clock here, so we'll find out what the Giants pick is. But boy, I'm just, yeah, I'm just. They're going back on the NFL Network and showing some of the highlights of Travis Hunter, and you could just, I mean, it just, you don't.
Very interesting pick. Abdul Carter going from Penn State going to the Giants.
Wow.
A couple hours north.
And that would have been a solid pick for the Jaguars as well. So, but you got the game changer for the Jaguars.
I mean, here's my question: if the Jaguars didn't go blockbuster on this pick here, you think they would have gone Carter?
I'm not sure because I think Abdul Carter would have been gone before then. So, the Jaguars hit a home run with that pick.
I mean, I'm just still mind blowing right now. So apologize if I'm still mind blowing here for the next hour, maybe for the rest of the night. because honestly, I'm just, man.
Yeah, well, just remember though, I mean, it wasn't for free. That was not a free pick. They gave a lot away to get that pick. That's why it's blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
Especially knowing the pick now, which we kind of thought it was going to be, but
I got Zach Lesnar. I know you're still watching on here. I've got to give you mad props for bringing that into the chat early on. I did not think, okay, possibly, nah, this is not, because Jacksonville just doesn't do those kind of things. But this new GM is so freaking bold. I love it. I love it. I love it for the team. I love it for the Jaguars because honestly, kind of think about it, guys.
The Jaguars last year were 26th offensively and 31st defensively.
I mean, you're right. You improve. I mean, you killed the two birds with one stone. The mentality right there with quarterback and wide receiver one pick. I mean, because honestly, look,
one hit.
I mean. Here's the other thing, and this is what I'm with all of this. How often do we hear about a two-way player getting drafted like this? It's a rarity because almost everybody is up as a quote unquote
last reported one.
So it's been that.
They're very rare, and you get players like Deion Sanders that did it. And not only did Deion play both ways in the NFL, he also played baseball at the same time. So, I mean, that's kudos to Deion Sanders and the lineage that he's had with these players as well as with Travis Hunter.
Wow.
Interesting. All right. So, New England. What's your number one pitch thing, and Chris? What do they need?
New England needs a lot of help on the line. They need wide receiver, running back, and tight end. So a lot of the skilled and up front. They've got the quarterback. They just need a lot of help offensively. They were, 31st in the league offensively, 22nd in the league defensively. They've got a new head coach, new offensive coordinator, and defensive coordinator this year. So a lot of the change for New England this year.
So all my reports say pretty much offensive tackle Will Campbell from LSU as their first pick. Goes right along with the lines of what you said they needed.
And that would line up with the logic that they need a lot of help up front.
Wow.
You good, Josh? You find everything over there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get, just looking at the list here, trying to get down to looking at what Will Campbell. I mean, I know this is, man, I'm still waiting for our first guy from the Sunshine State to come off the board here, which, you know, and
we may have one. We may have one soon, but he didn't play in Florida.
But he played high school, though, right?
He played high school in Texas.
We're talking Ashton Genty, and the one I'm watching for here that's going to be, I think, will be our first round pick is Shamar Stewart, who out of Monsignor Pace, two-time All-State defensive lineman by FloorHSFootball.com, by the way, first team in 2021. And yes, there is an asterisk to note about the 2020 season is that Monsignor Pace only played 5 games that year, was 1-4 because of COVID. So they didn't really have much of a season in 2020, and that kind of hampered Shamar from being All-State just because there wasn't really much there. And also they went through a coaching change there too at Monsignor Pace. So Shamar kind of got impacted there, but senior year, that would have been Shamar's junior year there at Monsignor Pace. So as a sophomore and senior All-State team on FloorHSFootball.com.
I think the COVID year is part of the reason why you're not going to see a lot of Florida talent early on.
That's interesting. You point that out. That's interesting. You point that out that that the COVID year, what we're seeing happen in the COVID year in Florida, the impacts of that is in kind of coming back to play here now, here 5 years later in the 2025 NFL draft.
Yeah, and you're seeing it live and in living color right now. Right now, you're not going to see a lot of talent in the first 2 rounds in Florida, but after that second round, you're going to see a lot of them start to come up.
And now give me now what is your thought behind that when you say that? What is it? Is it because of the way things were kind of staggered here when we kind of had when teams kind of sometimes started like, basically almost pretty close to the season start, because obviously we didn't start right on time like it would have been.
Right.
But some teams, like a lot of South Florida did not play until the earliest games until like late October, even into November before they even played a game, because they basically kind of gave teams carte blanche in a way, basically, to play games.
2020 was a weird year, especially in recruiting, especially at the college level as well. And this is right before the NIL started coming into play. So this year and next year's draft. But basically, the last 2 years that you will see a player that were not part of the NIL group, so to speak, when they came out of high school.
And that's another interesting point. I'm glad you bring that up, because honestly, what we're going to see here is that we're going to see, because we're already seeing guys at the college level trying to get like NFL type deals.
Here's the pick for the New England Patriots.
All right, I'm watching for it to pop up on my end here. This is going to get interesting here, because then the Browns are going to be on the clock, which would have been the Jaguars' fifth. By the way, Cole Pepper, who used to be part of the Jaguars. All right. Which y'all called said that this was most likely what was going to happen here, and so pretty hats off to y'all on that one as well. So we have our first offensive lineman off the board here, and that's huge.
Nice to see
there.
The big boys go around one. Nice to see the big boys go around one.
The hog mollies, huh? I mean,
I don't like what they're showing right now, but I still like the big hog mollies going around one.
Yeah, there you go.
Why do you have to use Florida footage? That's messed up.
Yeah, Will Campbell came from Neville out of Monroe, Louisiana, so that's one for the state of Louisiana.
Yep, absolutely. And as we update our latest pick here on the screen here, as you're about to see it pop up here in a moment, there you go. Will Campbell, there you go, out of the state of Louisiana. And boy, I'm just here's Cole Pepper. Cole Pepper been in Jacksonville basically for a long time, covering Jacksonville sports. Was part of the Jaguars broadcast coverage back in the day when it was over on when their flagship was 690 WOKV there in Jacksonville. And he said this on X. Travis Hunter is a unique talent. He'll be a star in the NFL. If the Jaguars didn't beat the Titans at the end of the season, they would have had Hunter and all those picks. Just saying. He is absolutely right. Had we not beaten the Titans, wouldn't have had to do all that draft capital like that. Just saying. Just saying.
So Here is the Cleveland Browns. They're up.
I think we'll go for that quarterback. What do you think, Chris? Tyler?
I could see Cleveland going after Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah, they just said that. I don't know. Let's see. I think they'll go quarterback, but yeah, it looks like they finalized it. It looks like. picks in. Now we're just waiting on the announcement.
So yeah, this is getting interesting here, boy. Georgia, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, and Texas, all with each having one player that played high school football from those states. And as we were just talking about it here, if y'all missed it a few minutes ago, just kind of tuning in, seeing what we're kind of doing here, we're just having fun. We're just basically relaxing, talking about the NFL draft. We're just basically sharing our thoughts, showing what's happening here, and what's going to happen next. And honestly, to be honest, we've already had one blockbuster trade thanks to the Jaguars. I mean, huge right there. Of course, Jacksonville's done for the first round for the night, unless they somehow trade in through the back door, which they gave up a lot already for that first round pick, so I don't expect that to happen. Boy, wow.
So here comes the pick for the Cleveland Browns.
So who do you think Cleveland's going to go with? I mean, they got a lot of needs: quarterback, offensive lineman, edge, running back, and safety.
I could see them going after Ashton Jeanty.
Really? You think Ashton Jeanty, huh?
Yeah.
Boy.
The quarterback wouldn't surprise me. And maybe Shadur Sanders. If Shadur Sanders has a chance of getting picked in the top 10, this is where it would be. Because none of the teams below in the top 10 after this needs a quarterback.
Wow. Okay.
So it's either going to be Ashton Jeanty or Shadur Sanders.
I'm going Tyler Show. I think they're going to go QB. This is an interesting pick.
I love that the Cleveland Browns have fancy gold flag football on there.
The Browns starting to support a girls' flag football, Josh.
Yeah, and there's you got more states starting to. I know that we're up to like 15 or 16 now in terms of the number of states sporting girls' flag football. By the way, the first girls' flag football rule book for the nation for girls' high school flag football will be coming out next month from the National Federation of High Schools, which then will end up filtering to the all 50 state level.
Mason Graham.
None of us said that.
No, Mason Graham. No, nobody said that. I didn't see that coming. Hello.
They went defense on that one. He's an edge.
Of course, they need defensive players.
Interesting. So they gave up a number 2 pick for everything else to grab him. I mean, not to just credit him, he's in the NFL and I'm not, but wow. Okay. You don't want a dual threat player, you rather have a defensive player.
Mm-hmm.
Man, here's my question: Do people in Cleveland start getting start getting the picket signs out and start protesting the Browns because they could have had Travis Hunter?
I don't know. Cleveland, they need a lot, but this is a position they really didn't need. But yet they got a very good defensive tackle, probably the best the best defensive player in the draft.
Wow. By the way, Mason Graham coming out of Servite in California.
So he's got that big program exposure there already. So. And Servite's one of the top teams in California.
Boy, some people say that the Browns are getting value by picking Mason Graham here. So do you think that's actually a smart?
I agree they're getting value here at this point, but it's like, I don't know. We don't know what's really going on in the back office. We see what we're only visible to see, right? But I would think, I don't know. Hunter is just, he was available. I don't understand. I see some, but I don't see it all.
Go ahead.
Emory William Smith chimes in and says, let's hope one former high school football player from Florida gets picked sometime tonight, sooner or later, which I hope so as well. I think
you're about to see a player from Florida get picked.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't play high school football. He played in Texas. And it's going to be the Raiders, I think.
Oh, is this where
the Raiders need a running back, wide receiver, cornerback, offensive line, and linebacker?
So could they go for Sanders and go all out? Is this where Sanders could go?
No, I think they're going Ashton Genty.
The where? I'm sorry?
Ashton Genty.
Oh, really? My actual pick, I think they're going to go wide receiver with McMillan. So we'll see. We'll see. Is it in?
And the Raiders have Pete Carroll there at their new head coach. So, and Chip Kelly at the offensive coordinator. So.
By the way, how about this? Emory Williams Smith says protesting in terms of about Cleveland. There was bottle kicking between the. Remember that early 2000s or like third?
Oh my God!
All right, here comes Commissioner.
By the way, I just had to pull up from the old NFL draft trackers I've done over the years. 2017 was the last time that the state of Florida didn't at least have one first-round pick.
You got
2017.
it. 2017. Genty to the Raiders.
I called it.
Ashton Genty. Wow.
Ashton Genty was born in Jacksonville, for those who are not familiar with his background.
Well, this is that shift I was talking about when you were having issues earlier. That the NFL is going back to the running back pounded in your face mode, and he's one of those players that can definitely put speed on the board. So it's a really good pickup.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not shocked here with Ashton Genty going. Going. And everybody kept talking about being a top 10 player, and sure enough, here he goes at 6. Could he have been a possible top 5 player? Yes, but as you see here. Nobody needed a running back in the top 5. They were looking for outside of Mason Graham going with Cleveland. I get it for every other team here. With what like the Patriots needed obviously offensive line help, but the Giants needed obviously defensive line help, but and then obviously of course Titans needed a quarterback, but Travis Hunter, a two-way player. There you go.
Jaguars obviously needed that.
So it's
so now we got to this point of the draft where we have the New York Jets. They are moving on from some guy named Aaron Rodgers.
Don't be picking on my AA Ron.
So now the Panthers are on the clock.
Jets.
So
Speaking
let's
of
see.
on the clock, I'm on the clock for an early morning, so I'm going to bug out everybody. But I think you can let me join for the last hour and a half.
No, we'll be back tomorrow night. We'll be back on Saturday, so we'll be here having our fun here. So
everyone out there, have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Great to see everyone. Great to be back. Go Jaguars! And
no, absolutely,
thanks to Josh and Chris. I appreciate everything y'all do.
No, appreciate it, Reno. See you later. All right, Reno is checking out here, And it's just me and you, Chris, for the rest of the night on this one because he's got an early morning. But this is just interesting with the Raiders here. We got taking obviously Ashton Jeanty. She mentioned that Jeanty was born in Jacksonville. His father was in the military, but kind of obviously went moved around the world a little bit. But high school football in Texas.
Yeah, played I think in Frisco. I think for Ashton Jeanty, he played in Frisco, Texas.
So now, with that said, the state of Texas now moves up on the board to having 2, and they take the lead for the first time here tonight, as in more than just 1. They have 2 now on the board here. Well, the Sunshine State still waits for its first to come off the board officially, who played high school football here in the state. All right, again, we said Jeanty, yes, Nate was born in Jacksonville, but end of the day, when it comes to the state-by-state count, we go by where they played high school football at, not where they were born at, which we have had many athletes in the NFL that were born in Florida but played high school football elsewhere. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here again over the next few hours here. Probably the next couple more hours as we get here, or we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour Eastern time, 8 o'clock Central time for those watching. And Chris, I mean, boy, we're through 6 picks here. We're waiting for the Jets to come in again. This is where, during this stretch of the draft here, where it's the first, even the second and third rounds, where it's the amount of time. I think tonight, obviously, it's 10 minutes per team. I think tomorrow, I want to say second round is 8.
Second round, I think, is 7 minutes.
And I think because I know I want to say I know in terms of the picks during the during on Saturday on Saturday the 4th, 5th, and the 4 rounds 4 through 7 the rounds come the names come up pretty quickly.
Yeah, they come up pretty quickly, and those are I think 5-minute picks. And generally, those picks are usually done with about like a minute or 2 apart.
So when it comes to Saturday stuff, we're going to be kind of flying on our flying by the it's going to be on the fly kind of type deal.
Mm-hmm.
So how about this? They're about to take a break here, and they say this pick is in, but I haven't seen it pop up yet, but why don't we take a 3-minute water break, collect ourselves here for a moment here while we wait for the next picks to come in, and then we'll come back and we'll pick up with the Jets pick here after this. How about that, Chris?
Sounds great.
All right, we'll be back here and after this 3-minute water break here on FloridaHSFootball.com and on our streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, X, and also on Twitch as well. So we'll be right back right after this here on FloridaHSFootball.com. You're watching the 2025 NFL Draft live reactions and analysis here on FloridaHSFootball.com. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back here on FloatHSFootball.com with the 2025 NFL Draft Live Reactions and Analysis Night 1 show here on the platform here, and we're waiting for the Jets pick to come in here. And by the way, say what?
We just got it. Armand Minbu from Lee Summit North in Missouri.
Wow. Did you expect the Jets to go offensive tackle here? I mean, this is interesting because on the needs that you had listed here, they just moved on from Aaron Rodgers, so I'm kind of stunned.
And they did need a tackle. They did need a tackle.
By the way, this is shocking here. Fleming Island just beat Fletcher 26-0 in the girls' regional quarterfinals, and I did not see that coming because honestly, Fletcher had already gotten them twice here. In the season? I guess the third time was not. I guess third time was the charm for Fleming Island this year, and kind of surprising. Fleming Island took the district champs out, so this is the only regional quarterfinal that was going on tonight. But I got this thing, so that is not good for Fletcher. They're considering that they had a pretty good season. They had played a lot of playoff teams that made the playoffs. But wow! But back to our coverage here. Armand, how do you say his last name, Chris?
Minbu
out of Missouri. Wow.
That means the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock.
But going back to it, do you think this was a smart move by the Jets here?
Yes, they needed offensive line badly. They struggled offensive line. Offensive line was the reason why their offense basically sucked last year. They were 25th in the league in offense, despite having Aaron Rodgers. The defense was pretty good, but the offense was just trash. And I think going offensive line is a step in the right direction for the Jets. Then right now we have Carolina coming up. They need a lot of defensive help, a lot of offensive help. They need everything except quarterback.
So, wow.
I could see Carolina going after maybe a Jalen Walker or Michael Williams from Georgia. Both of those players from the Georgia Bulldogs. I could see Carolina going after either one of those players. And we're getting close to the point where Shamar Stewart is supposedly in the mix. Another commercial break. I love it.
That's the only thing about this with the draft is that there's lots of commercial breaks in the first round.
So everybody watching, what are your thoughts on the NFL draft? Type your comment type your comments and give us your thoughts on the NFL draft and how you thought it's going so far. Like I said, I can see Carolina going after Jalen Walker from Georgia. It wouldn't shock me.
Boy. All right, now if we can get these through these commercials, that'd be great. Looks like there's actually fans in the stands there in Lambeau, but most of the stuff is actually outside the stands, not
Yes.
in the state.
They're in the parking lot of Lambeau Stadium, Lambeau Field. There we go. Carolina Panthers. Huh. No wide receiver.
Sorry, I'm kind of behind here trying to get the last pick up with.
Kenwell McMillan from Arizona. Another player from Throwback. So that is the second player from Throwback, California. Same high school.
Sorry, I'm having a little problem there with the screen. There we go. All right, there was a 7th pick. That was a 7th pick right there. Who's on the clock now? Okay, the Saints are on the clock now. And then just trying to keep an update here. Sorry, I'm kind of a little behind. Got a couple messages that came in here while dealing with some stuff here. So I'm kind of surprised again, trying to look at a couple of things here, but I believe that we just had a McMillan. He's the first wide receiver off the board, and actually, well, technically the second if you count Travis Hunter, but the first just only by dedicated position wide receiver, with Hunter being listed first at cornerback and wide receiver. So really, it's kind of go ahead.
He's the second player from Throwback, California, too.
Wow.
Let's see here. Saints are in. Their pick is in.
So, oops. All right. So our next.
The next pick is the Saints. Let's see. So basically, the Saints 5-12 last year, 22nd offensively, 30th defensively. They got a new head coach. They got a new defensive coordinator. And basically, the head coach will be calling the plays in New Orleans. So he's basically the offensive coordinator as well. So.
Wow. And that's why you have the X marked as that. That makes sense there.
Yeah. The X mark is on our cheat sheet for those. We have our own personal sheet on drafting notes. I put next. Those are the coaches that are calling the plays.
All right, we'll find out who the Saints are going to have here soon, and because it shows that the Chicago Bears are on board now. on the clock. So that'll be interesting to see what's going to happen here. So, yeah, we're actually watching. I'm actually got the NFL draft up here on. I've got the screen here watching the watching the draft tracker. I'm also watching the draft itself actually on NFL Network here on the side. So I have the NFL draft tracker actually just kind of watching to make sure that I get, just trying to keep a watch on because I do have a little bit of a delay buffer. Well, not a delay buffer, just a delay on my stream on the NFL Network side.
I'm watching the ESPN feed. If you're curious, by the way.
So the state of California and the state of Texas now have 2 players each.
And the interesting thing about California is 2 players from the same high school.
Meanwhile, the Sunshine State is still waiting for its number 1 for its first pick to come off the board tonight. But like Chris alluded to earlier, it's where again he alluded to the 2020 season, which I didn't think about maybe the potential impacts of the 2020 season. What when in high school football would have had an impact on these guys later on when it come time for the NFL draft here. And sure enough, we're seeing that kind of, so to speak, here. In that way, but you know what's interesting, and I gotta point this out, Chris, that 2020 season, the fact that we had staggered starts here in Florida, but California, they didn't play their season in the fall; they played a spring schedule that year.
Yes, they did.
That's interesting. That's interesting that 2 California players are already off the board here, and I believe these guys played high school football during that stretch of time. But yet here we are, Florida guys. It makes you go. It makes you make a moment. Takes you pause for a moment. And just makes you go.
So the Saints took Calvin Banks from Summer Creek High School in Humble, Texas. So Texas has another pick on the board. Calvin Banks came from the University of Texas.
Oh wow! Another off. Boy, was that 3 offensive linemen in the top 10? Wow.
That didn't really surprise me.
So it doesn't surprise you, huh?
No.
Wow.
A lot of these teams up front in the draft, guess what they all needed? Help up front.
And of course, if you don't have help up front, you're not going to be winning ball games because that's just the way it is. It's either. I get it. In football, it's either you're doing one or two things. You're either, and especially in the NFL, which is basically a passing league at this point. Except that you are starting to see shifts back to the running back. So it's either you got to be able to you got to be able to protect the quarterback, or you got to be able to open up holes on the line. And if you can't do either one or do both, then your team is suffering for it.
Oh yeah, and you see a team like San Francisco coming up here in a minute, or in a few minutes. Despite being the number 4 offensive team and number 8 defensive team in the league, they still had issues on defense. So
now, with that said, go ahead.
That was a anomaly as far as the record goes. San Francisco was actually a pretty decent team. They just could not win those close ball games. NFL is about to announce its schedule release.
Boy, that's coming up pretty quickly. I didn't think about that. Boy, It's hard to believe we're already almost to the month of May. Hey, by the way, again, what starts Monday in the Sunshine State? Spring football.
Yep.
And then we also have the regional semifinals.
May 14th is the scheduled release date. The schedule release for the NFL.
Ooh, okay. So what do we got going on here?
So the Bears are about to pick.
Okay, because I remember I'm kind of a few minutes delayed behind here, so I'm just having to.
Yeah, the schedule release will be on May the 14th. So, which is a Wednesday.
Oh, they're taking jabs at the everybody else. I see that.
Of course, everybody in Green Bay is booing the pick because they're the Chicago Bears. Yes, the memories of Steve McMichael, Mongo McMichael, died a few days ago of ALS. Gone but not forgotten. Prayer to the McMichael family there.
Wow. So who do you think, Chris? Who do you think Chicago's going to go with here? Because
I can see them going Jalen Walker or
of course you listed the needs. Of course you listed the needs: offensive line, edge, running back, safety, tight end, and they did make some moves in the free agency here and all that, but it's still some big needs, and especially again, like you said, a lot of these teams needed people up front, be it on the offensive side or the defensive side of the ball. So I'm curious to see who the Bears are going to go with here. But it wouldn't surprise you if
I wouldn't be surprised if they go defense. Anyway, with Colston Loveland, tight end from Michigan.
Okay, so let's talk about that here. You had tight end on this one, but did you think tight end is a wise position to go with at 10, considering is there a chance that Loveland could have still been there on the board when they come back around?
Considering that Colston Loveland was the best tight end in the draft, and you have a team like Miami and Indianapolis and maybe Denver or the Chargers looking at him, I think that may have been a wise pick for Chicago. He's going to be a great pick, a great target for the Bears, on the offensive side. So yeah, great pick.
And by the way, I want to point this out here. Looking at the notes here, Chris, this is first. This is interesting. How about the state of Idaho? The state of Idaho is on the board before Florida.
Yep.
If you had that on your bingo card, please go back. Please go up to the pay window. Please go up to the pay window.
Yeah.
Please go up to the pay window, because if you had that on your bingo card tonight, go ahead and cash in, because I'm
That surprised me. This pick actually did surprise me a little bit, but it's a wise pick by the Bears. Well, it's a wise pick for the Bears.
I mean, this is just it's so interesting again, if you had the state of Idaho on the list here for a pick in the first, for where high school alumni played at, I'm just mind blown right now. Again, you can look at the right. Go ahead.
San Francisco is on the clock, and they are one of the teams that actually was looking at tight end. Or they may have been one of the teams that at the end of their needs at tight end, but I think they're going to go defense somewhere along the line, the defensive line. So you're looking at maybe Mikael Williams or Shamar Stewart going here. It wouldn't be surprised me to see San Francisco take Shamar Stewart with this pick right here.
And this would probably be our state's only the state of Florida's only draft pick tonight, most likely. That he was a consensus projected first round. But again, I got to preface this. We have seen players projected for second round go first round. We have seen players projected for first round go second round. So anything can happen. Basically, what the pundits say, what the experts say, what even us armchair quarterbacks are saying is that basically expect the unexpected here at this point, because we don't know what necessarily was on the NFL on the draft boards of each of these 32 teams.
Yeah. Each GM is looking to has their own flavor of candy when it comes to the candy store in this draft. So, you got.
By the way,
players, I mean.
Yeah, by the way, if you notice that Loveland was not there in Green Bay, they were doing the watch party at home, back at home up there in Gooding, Idaho. So again, not every player comes to the draft. Not every player gets and I believe they have to be invited to be there. So there's a chance that Gooding. I don't know if a chance of Loveland was invited or not. It depends, but I guess maybe because of family. It's for some of these they obviously you notice that Loveland had a big family.
Yeah,
and it looks like a lot of friends and family there. It makes sense probably sometimes to have the watch party at home.
That's
instead.
One of those watch parties where the entire town shows up.
Yeah, that especially for a small town. I mean, I'm kind of curious as to the size of Gooding, Idaho. But
I'm sure you're about to look that up.
I am because I'm kind of curious because Gooding, Idaho. Yeah, here we go. Population of the 2020 as of the 2020 census, 3,716.
There you go.
3,716 people. I mean, it's about as small town as you can get in terms of small towns. I mean,
one of those towns where you only have maybe one or two stoplights, and if you blink, you miss it.
No. You by looking at the map, I'm pulling up the map here just out of curiosity, because I get these kind of things. I get interested in when they, especially when you hear towns and you see small towns like this, and while we're waiting, because the first night is usually the slowest. I mean, tomorrow night will be it'll pick up slightly a little bit in terms of the time. Of course, we start 1 hour earlier tomorrow. Because you got 2 rounds instead of the second and third rounds. And then, of course, obviously Saturday, that'll be a wild day. We might not, honestly, I'll tell you this, in terms of doing the latest pick, we may not do when it comes to Saturday with the latest pick and on the clock, it's probably going to be we're going to have to do that on the seat of our pants. Basically is what you see here on the screen. Tonight and tomorrow will be easy to kind of keep up with because of the amount of time. But after that, we're not sure what's going to happen. But yeah, this little town in Gooding, Idaho. It's a small town. Also, it's a home for the Idaho School for the Deaf and Blind. And looking at this, just a little small town that just
they're in between Twin Falls and Boise.
Yeah. And before anyone asks if there's a Walmart, I don't see a Walmart. So there you go. That's how small it is.
That's the measuring stick.
There's your measuring stick. If it doesn't have a Walmart, that's how small it really is. I mean, that's about as small as I can tell you. I mean, you know, I don't even, I'm really looking at it. I mean, trying to see here real quick, just out of curiosity on the map. I'm just like, again, I'm really curious. I don't even see a Dollar General. Usually Dollar General goes anywhere, and I don't even see a Dollar General. So if that tells you anything, this is how small that town really is. So it's small. At least they do have a hospital. So that's probably a very good thing. So, but we're still waiting for the 49ers pick. It seems like the pick has been in for like 10 minutes now.
Yeah. I'm looking back to see what Gooding, Idaho did back in 2020.
Because he would have been on the roster. He would have been on the roster then.
Yes.
Is there a McDonald's? You know what? Emory, there's actually a McDonald's. They do have a McDonald's. Okay. That I can confirm in there in Gooding, Idaho. But
So in 2020, Gooding, Idaho was 8-2, and they were ranked 5th in their division.
oh wow. By the way, real quick before we get the fight, the 49 pick is coming in here. But by the way, the closest Walmart is 24 miles away in a town called Jerome. So there you go. Michael Williams from Georgia just got drafted by the 49ers here, Chris.
That doesn't surprise me. That's one of the two players I said a couple of minutes ago that would be on that list. So
the state of Georgia now has 2 on the board here, while the Sunshine State is still waiting for its first alum to come off the board here. And again, this is one of those nights where we're just kind of we're rolling here with thoughts and opinion, and we're just enjoying this because it's a lot to watch this NFL draft. It's a lot in terms of fun to watch the NFL drafts, I should say. So
the Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. The pick is in. They need a lot of help on offense. Wide receiver, running back. On defense, they need a defensive lineman, cornerback, and linebacker. New head coach and new defensive coordinator. So, interesting to see where the Dallas Cowboys go here.
So Cowboys are on the clock here in the state of Georgia now.
Their selection is now in.
State of Georgia Cowboys now moves up. Yeah, go ahead.
Cowboys took Tyler Booker from Alabama.
What position, Chris?
Guard.
Oh, wow. You think...
I did not see coming.
No, because I'm looking at on our cheat sheet here, and offensive line was not a need for the Cowboys, so that's a stunner.
But again, you look at the Cowboys' offense and the ability to close out games. I could see that.
So Tyler Booker, wow.
Tyler Booker is from New Canaan, Connecticut. playing at St. Luke's High School in New Canaan, up in New England. So your first player up in the New England States.
So here's another shocker. If you had Connecticut getting a first pick, they're for before Florida did. Please go to the pay window and collect.
For those wondering where New Canaan is on the map in Connecticut, they're on the southwestern part of the state, near New York, near the New York border, close to Stamford and Norwalk. So not exactly a rural school.
Wow. So the state of Connecticut now on the board. All right. With that said, the Dolphins are now up. So we'll see what the second of the three teams from the Sunshine State are up on the board tonight here. And Chris, who do you think the Finns will go with and see how the 305 reacts on this one?
Dolphins need a lot of help on the line. I could see another offensive lineman going. But it wouldn't surprise me to see him go safety.
Safety. Okay. Let's see what happens here, because as you listed here, offensive line, as you said, obviously line need help. The safety, cornerback is another one. Tight end, which you kind of wonder, here in the situation here that had the Bears not picked up Loveland, would you think the Dolphins would have picked up Loveland here, and that's in that 13th spot?
I could see that very distinctly. They could have easily picked up Loveland right here. But I see the Dolphins going along the lines here.
So now I'm curious to see what's going to happen here with Miami here in a moment here.
It
So
wouldn't shock me if somebody like Walker Nolan from Ole Miss, or maybe a Grady Table from North Dakota State, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Grady Table from North Dakota State, or maybe a Walker Nolan from Ole Miss. I could see the Dolphins going here.
wait a second. Jeff Fisher's reporting that someone from Florida was drafted, but I'm looking through our list and we do not have anybody from the Sunshine State. Yes, Genty.
Genty was the one that would.
But he's not. He didn't play high school football in Florida. That's what I'm trying to say here.
Right.
And that's what I'm going to have to pull up here in a moment here.
We need to get Jeff Fisher on here. And we're working on it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, We're most likely to have Jeff Fisher on tomorrow night because he's pretty busy tonight because he has a lot of stuff with NFL he has to do. So this is what I'm trying to, but I want to confirm with him about this. That's what I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. If he could, and if I get it, I just send him a text message to see what's going on here because I'm trying to make sure that we're following.
Because we know that Ashton Genty was born in Florida, so
Right. We know he was born here in Florida, but everything that of all of the research that we did in preparation for this, we didn't. This I see here. Okay, so by the way, Chris, the Booker kid actually played at IMG, not St. Luke's, for his final year.
So that would
make. So that we did not have on our sheet. That.
There you go.
So that's it may have come up as but let me take a look a little bit more into that one because that's interesting.
I may have missed that up.
Yeah, he was IMG for the senior year. They give him credit as IMG, not St. Luke's.
Yeah.
All right, well there we go. The first player from Florida, not who I was expecting to go first from the state of Florida, but nonetheless, it's not Connecticut that's on the board. It's we will put Florida on the board officially here. So let's go ahead and change this up real quick here in terms of the school. It's ING Academy here, people. ING Academy with the first here. So we'll go with that one here, and we will.
And now the Dolphin pick is coming in. Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan.
So I'm trying to look for something here real quick. If just give me a second here. What? Oh, heck. Let's see if I have these helmets or not that I had.
Now, Kenneth Grant came from Melville, Indiana. The defensive tackle out of Michigan, going to the Miami Dolphins.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see here if I got these team look. Okay, there we go. Yep, perfect. This year, I'm not. Here's something interesting. That this year, usually I would be able to get all the draft assets from College Press Box, but this year they kind of changed it up where you had to sign up for it. Even though I'm a member of College Press Box, I tried to register, tried to get on and and I never got a call. I never got a response back from them. So I don't know what they're what's going on this year. So. The graphics are kind of just not there this year, but we're doing this instead, so that's okay. We will roll with that. So, y'all, give me one moment here. We are about to do on this one here. I need to do. Give me 1 second here as we do this, and then we'll catch up here with everything in terms of the picks here, so that way y'all can follow along here. All right, so you're going to see here pop up here on the screen in a moment.
Okay.
All right. So the Dolphins pick is in, and it's Kenneth Grant. What do we know about Kenneth Grant?
He came from Merrillville, Indiana, which is outside of Gary, Indiana. Played at Michigan. Very good defensive tackle. So that doesn't surprise me. Miami got a pick that they needed. And Tyler Warren, the one tight end out of Penn State, is the pick for the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh wow. So yeah, sorry, we're kind of a couple picks behind here. So just
Tyler Warren came from Atlee out of Mechanicsville, Virginia.
leave that up there for a moment while I work on the other one, and then go to pick 14. Whereas Indiana is now on the board.
And now we just got a player from Virginia.
Wow. Now you said the state of Virginia's got one, so we're just going to go ahead and put Virginia up on the board here as well. Of course, our friends over at High School Football America are also tracking this as well. Virginia. Make sure that I've got
Tyler Warren came from Penn State, so which is a school very well known for its tight ends.
Tyler Warren. Wow. I mean, Penn State, you're right. Always hear about tight ends coming out of Penn State here. So here's a good one. Here's a good example where they just they churn out tight ends. You know, schools are knowing. I mean, it's like like I know down here, like with the you for a lot of years, the University of Florida was known, had sending out these defensive backs. It's kind of slowed down a little bit lately in the recent years, but that's another thing I want to point out here is that. I'm kind of curious to see if the University of Florida's first round pick streak is going to be broken this year, because usually they've had a first round pick in the NFL draft. It's been a streak that's been going on for a while, but I'm wondering if this year is going to be the Gators streak comes to an end in the first round.
That's going to be a close call, I think. And there's the watch party from Atlee High School in Virginia.
Sorry, my papers are all kind of mixed up here all of a sudden here. So just bear with me, everybody. Atlee, that's
Mechanicsville, Virginia.
Of course, now the Falcons are on the clock here, and kind of curious to see where Atlanta goes here. Boy,
As far as Atlanta goes, I mean, Atlanta, they are a weird team. They need a lot of help on defense. Especially up front. They were 7th offensively, 23rd defensively. They got a new defensive coordinator, so it's coming. I wouldn't be shocked if they go defense. And I'm banking on it, they go defense.
Yeah, you notice that some of these guys that have been picked here in the last few picks are not there in Green Bay. They're actually at home having watch parties. So this is it's really interesting, the number, because usually you would have a lot more of these first round picks be at the draft, but in recent years you're starting to see a lot more shift towards having these watch parties at home, not be there at the draft. It's really interesting, Chris. What are your thoughts on that? Where it's like, usually the first round picks, they usually, a lot of these first round, your projected first round, you're going to be there ready to come out on the draft stage. But here we're seeing a lot of guys so far here where it's kind of been kind of half and half.
Yeah, it's been like that ever since the COVID year. I think the COVID year kind of took that into the equation, and we've seen more of that since 2020, where you have more of those watch parties coming from home in the first two rounds than you do normally in the past.
Yeah, Chris, carry on 1 second. I just got to answer one quick question. Hold on 1 second here.
Yeah, for those wondering, you got the Atlanta Falcons up on the clock right now. They need edge. They need defensive line, cornerback, offensive line, safety. Seventh in the offensive rankings in the NFL last year, and then 23rd on defense. So that's the Atlanta Falcons for the 2024 season.
All right, I'm back here.
In terms of who the Falcons should be picking, I would say probably on the line, maybe an edge player.
Do you want to take a water break here real quick for a moment while we're waiting here for the Falcons pick to come in? I know we're going to be kind of...
So the Falcons pick is coming in here in a second.
All right. It's just kind of hard it's kind of hard to time when these commercials are going to come and go, because they just come at various points here. Oh, well, yeah. Never mind. It's coming.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Shamar Stewart right here. That wouldn't shock me.
Oh, look at that green room. Maxwell Harrison. And honestly, I did. Yeah, it's in of course, as we get ready for the Falcons pick to come in here. We got the Cardinals up on the clock now, so we'll see what happens here.
Of course, the league has to coordinate the timing with the network in order to get the picks in on the stage.
Of course, the commercial, the timing of the networks and everything. Obviously, that's going to be, obviously tomorrow, tonight and tomorrow. But Saturday is kind of more for free for all when the networks take their breaks, because it's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
So far, state of Texas with 3, California, Georgia both with 2, Florida, Idaho, Indiana, Missouri, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, and Virginia with 1 each. Of course, state of Florida got our first one with the.
Mm-hmm. So here comes the Falcons pick. Do we see Shamar Stewart at this point? Last question.
No, Jalen Walker from Georgia, going right over
the name that I mentioned a few minutes ago, Jalen Walker.
Wow, going up I-85 over to Athens to grab Jalen Walker. Wow, Jalen
Walker stayed at home.
I mean, you can't get any better than that. Staying right in your own state, right there. I mean, wow, that's huge right there for Jalen Walker to get drafted right there. Jalen Walker staying in the state of Georgia. Jalen out of Salisbury,
North Carolina.
Salisbury, North Carolina. Even though in our research we listed him as a edge, they're actually listing him as a linebacker.
Yeah, he's one of those hybrid ones that go from outside linebacker and defensive end. So you could interchange the outside linebacker and defensive end pretty easily for most defensive players, depending on the style of defensive play. So now that the Falcons have made the pick, Arizona is about 6 minutes away. So we want to take that water break right now.
Yeah, let me go ahead and put this. We'll do the update. We'll get obviously Jalen Walker. Obviously, it's a linebacker, not edge. We talked about him being an edge, but he's a
hybrid outside linebacker, defensive end player.
So, all right, we're going to take a 3-minute water break, and we'll be right back right here on FloorHSFootball.com. Stay tuned here on our 2025 NFL Draft live reactions and analysis night 1 show here. Be right back right after this. All right, welcome back here on the 2025 NFL Draft Live Reactions and Analysis Show here on FloydHSFootball.com and the FloydHSFootball.com social media networks. You know what? I realized that I did not have the banner running here for the last little bit, but Chris, here, looking at what we've got going on here, we're waiting for the Cardinals pick to come in, which basically means we're halfway through the first round at pick number 16. Which, by the way, it is almost 10 o'clock. It has taken us 2 hours just to get through 16 picks. So buckle up. We might be here until midnight.
So Walter Nolan is the pick for the Arizona Cardinals at defensive tackle. And it was a position need for the Cardinals.
Walter Nolan out of Mississippi. So... But let me take a look at it here and our notes here that we compiled, and we'll go back to trying to go back to
Indiana. Powell, Tennessee. So the first Tennessee player off the board.
So defensive tackle. Oh, wow, Powell, Tennessee. Tennessee on the board now. Well, there you go. And then the Bengals are on the clock here, so we'll put the and then
for those wondering where Powell, Tennessee is, it's right outside of Knoxville, northwest of Knoxville, actually. It's the Bengals or the Bungles?
Wow.
So Cincinnati, they need a lot of help defensively. They got a new defensive coordinator this year. They need help on the edge. They need help safety, linebacker, outside on the offensive line. So, yeah, Cincinnati needs a lot of help on defense. And we're about to see another defensive player. I wouldn't be surprised to see a player like Derek Harmon from Arizona, from Oregon, or Shamar Stewart here, either. One of those two players.
And the question now is that in this situation that we're waiting here is like, okay, where's Shamar Stewart going to go at? He was projected as a first round pick, but was he? I didn't necessarily closely look at some of the on the draft projections. What the question is, I think they were kind of what I may have seen as potentially mid to lower part of the first round, but
and we're at that point right now where Cincinnati needs an edge player. And the next team after that has that position need is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So the question is did the Buccaneers go ahead and grab a Sunshine State alum here and, bring them home?
If I were them, I would. Even though he played at Texas A&M, I would take Shamar Stewart. He is that good. But Cincinnati they need a lot of help on defense.
Of course, we got another commercial break.
Yeah. I'm not going to try to pronounce the guy in South Carolina's name, but he's another player that I think is going to be on that potential pick here.
By the way, the count right now. We're up to a dozen different states that have picks here within the first 16 picks. So we're seeing a spread. We're seeing a spread here.
Yeah, it's a truly national appeal. And you're seeing the results of the 2020 season play out.
And again, it's really interesting. Again, and where a lot of the talent resides at in the Sunshine State, when we're looking at the talent list here in terms of the players, the terms of everything we know about in terms of the athletes. Okay, so here's some interesting things, because we're using the 2020 season as a nucleus here for a lot of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Based upon the fact that there was there was a lot of different factors here when it terms that a lot of these guys would have been in the class of 2021. So this is about right where they would be at going into the NFL draft.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things when looking at it is outside of a couple of IMG Academy players, you have no one in the Tampa Bay region that's being looked at this year, really. Which is like outside of maybe Lakeland, but when you're talking about like Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, usually you have guys in that region. There's nobody being looked at. South Florida, you got a lot of guys from South Florida. Yes, absolutely, yes. But the biggest thing about South Florida to note in this situation is that a lot of South Florida got started later in the 2020 season. They played anywhere between probably 4 to 10 games if they got lucky to play 10 games. Where you might like, okay, some of these names that I saw coming up here, like in terms of some of the names that stood out to me along the way here. That we're while we're waiting for the Bengals pick to be announced and the Seahawks are on the clock. Are they playing Sweet Caroline? Sweet Caroline at the it sounded like it was in the background, but maybe not. I don't know. But yep, they are playing. There you go, Sweet. There you go. They are playing it. Some of the names that stood out to me that I'm like, wow, wait a second, these guys played here. Seeing that's especially they stood out in the 2020 season and amongst when things were kind of.
The Bengals took some more to it.
All right, there we go. There we go. By the way, the cat says, "Hey, I'm the next draft." So Shamar Stewart finally coming off the board. Jeez,
as I was kind of alluding to, this is where I thought Shamar Stewart would probably end up.
So good for Shamar Stewart, finally off the board here.
This totally doesn't surprise me at all because of what Cincinnati needed. And it fits their defense.
Well, there we go. With the 17th pick, Shamar Stewart is up off the board now.
And for those wondering where that cat is, it's right here. He's right behind me.
By the way, the state of Florida now moves to 2 on the list with update the board there. Florida now in the ranks of 2. 2 now.
Okay.
So there we go. I'll go ahead and post this draft alert.
So now we have the Seattle Seahawks on the board. Seattle needs offensive line, wide receiver, cornerback, safety, and defensive line. They're one of those teams that were in the middle of the road both ways on offense and defense. 15th in the league on offense, 14th in the league on defense. They were 10-7 last year. It's interesting to see where the Seahawks go here, because this pick could make or break their 2025 season.
Well, now the Buccaneers are on the clock officially. So, by the way, going back to Shamar Stewart here, two-time All-State pick here in the Sunshine State by FloridaHSFootball.com. First team in Class 4A for coming out of the 2021 season, which he graduated 2022. So his junior year, he did not make All-State, but Monsignor Pace, you alluded again, we're going back to alluding to the COVID year, 2020 season. Monsignor Pace only played 5 games that year when he was a junior, and they went 1-4 that in that stretch. So they only won 1 game out of the stretch of games they played. And again, COVID impacted a lot of schools in South Florida where, I go back and look at Cardinal Gibbons.
Mm-hmm.
And Cardinal Gibbons, they only played 8 games before they played the state championship game. They didn't play a lot of games. And by the way, Emory Williams Smith, hey, the Bucks are on the clock. He's a huge Buck fan. Emory's a big Bucks fan. Like I'm a big, huge Jaguars fan. So if that tells you anything, we passionate about our football.
His connection with the pick was Seattle Seahawks and Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
That is interesting. Did you see that one coming?
Yes, I did. I actually mentioned Gray Zabel a few picks ago as a possibility, I think, for Arizona and maybe Miami. So this makes sense because the Bengals need an offensive lineman.
Boy, Zabel out of South Dakota. So South Dakota is up on the board. How about that?
Here is South Dakota, the state capital of South Dakota, by the way. And one of the smallest state capitals in the country. So, Josh, we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers now here. They need linebacker, cornerback, edge, safety, offensive lineman. They were 3rd in the league in offense, 18th in the league in defense. We can see where this is going. They were 10-7 last year. They got a new offensive coordinator, but they need a lot of help on defense. And a lot of help on defense is probably understating it. And Emory Smith can probably allude to that. Of course, we got a commercial.
But as you look right now on our Florida Draft Tracker, there you go. We have 2 guys up on the board. You can see that. Tyler Booker from ING Academy, and then now Shamar Stewart from Monsignor Pace. The 2 picks so far from the Sunshine State here. so far, and gotta say, it's at least we got 2 on the board tonight. I thought we were only going to have 1. We got 2. Booker, we kind of didn't realize it. He went to ING Academy.
Yeah.
We initially listed him as Connecticut, but again, it's in the research when sometimes these kids, they want to be recognized with their old programs, not the school that they went to for a year, ING Academy. But in this situation, he did play his senior year at ING Academy, so he goes down as a Florida pick. So there you go.
Tampa Bay, let's see. There's a lot of ways, a lot of places Tampa can go on this. But like I said, they need a lot of help on defense. So I don't expect Tampa to have an offensive player. Emery Smith, I don't know if you're still watching this, but chime in and tell me what you think.
So looking at this right now, Chris, $13 states on the board. Well, we know the Buccaneers pick is in. The question is who is it? Who is it going to be? And the Mile High City is now up on the clock.
I can see the Buccaneers going defensive end. The kid from Boston College, maybe John Campbell from Alabama, or Barron from Texas. And it's fascinating to do a standard is still on the board. Does that surprise me? No.
Here you go, Chris. Here's your answer from Emery Smith.
There you go.
By the way, from the Jaguars general manager, James Gladstone, it's very easy to feel Travis has gravity when he walks into a room, the lights turn on. There you go. That's just one of the many reasons why the Jaguars made a huge blockbuster trade to go up to the second round and basically give up the first round pick for next year. I mean, that's huge. I hope there's enough confidence by the Jaguars giving up the first round pick next year that they won't even miss it.
Here's the Buccaneers pick.
Ooh, this is shocker alert. Shocker.
Wow.
Huge shocker.
Wow. I did not see that coming.
Emery, I know Emery's still on here, but Emery, was this?
You know, and Luca from Ohio State, he was one of the best players of the entire year. last year in the playoffs. He was the game changer for the entire college football playoff.
Repeat that again, Chris.
Ibuka was the game changer for the entire college football playoff this year. So what Tampa's got here is a very smart wide receiver, and it's going to be a good pick for Baker Mayfield on that offense.
Wow. Man, let's trying to look up the information here real quick on him. I go back to my notes here.
Ibuka came from Washington.
Mecca Obuka. The Ohio State has entered the chat, as they said.
Yeah, Emmitt Smith is alluding to Mike Evans there, still on that offense. You added Ibuka to that wide receiver combination, and that's going to make the Buccaneers offense that much more dangerous.
And that,
this is going to be a very smart move by the Buccaneers to take Ibuka at this point.
No, absolutely. And that again, you said he was a game changer. And look, Ohio State wide receiver selected in the last 4 drafts. Ibuka, Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith, and Nagiba, Garrett Wilson, and then there was one more kind of fight that I didn't catch the last one because I was reading off, but there you go. And by the way, the state of Washington has entered the chat.
So now we have the Denver Broncos on the clock. They could go anywhere.
You're right. That could go anywhere there. So we've heard from all.
Denver, they're an interesting team. Defensively, they're very good.
Yeah.
But offensively, you saw them struggle so much to get anything going on offense last year for the Broncos. It was kind of that offense would put you to sleep.
Yeah. Well, are we? Oh, they're singing John. Take me home, country roads. They're playing John Denver.
So Emmitt Smith, you know
All right.
what I'm talking about with Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield and Ibuka being added to that offense. The Buccaneers, they just hit a home run there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That may be the steal of the first round.
Well, I guess if you look at it, the Florida NFL teams this year, two of them have made splashes here. If you're saying that Buccaneers making the steal and the Jaguars having the blockbuster, so there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hey, let's take a quick break here. Let's take the 3-minute timeout, and then we'll come back, and then I believe we'll have the pick from the Broncos coming in. So we'll take a 3-minute water break, and we'll be right back here on our 2025 NFL Draft Live Reactions Analysis Show, Night 1 here on FloodHSFootball.com. We'll be right back right after this. Okay, welcome back here on our live reaction analysis show here on FloydHSFootball.com for the 2025 NFL Draft. As we've been tracking everything going on, we've been just sharing our thoughts, what's been going on here with all the teams here. But we do have a Florida high school football focus here. We do have a statewide focus on this with the 3 NFL teams here in the Sunshine State. And I'm trying to pull up some of the thoughts and commentaries because it really, I still think I love John. I love John Staples at Bradford. I got to pull up what he said here, and it's really, really interesting what he said here. And he said it on his Facebook page. I got to share it because I just love it. He says, if you're a Jag fan and not excited, Buzz leaves at midnight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If you're not a fan, you're not a Jaguar. If you're a Jaguars fan and you're not loving the pick of Travis Hunter, I don't know, because it just really is exciting. But here the Broncos pick has come in. So
yeah, Jahadi Barron from University of Texas is the pick for the Denver Broncos.
Wow. And where is Barron from? Is he from the state of Texas himself?
I believe he is from Texas. No, he's from, Pflugerville, Texas. Played at John B. Connolly High School in Pflugerville in the Austin area. Played cornerback there for the Texas Longhorns and played close to quite close to home for college. So that doesn't surprise me that the Denver Broncos would take him there, because that's one of their needs.
Now the Steelers are on the clock.
Steelers, this is where we might see Shadir Sanders.
And why would you say that Shadir Sanders would go here?
Pittsburgh is a team that needs a quarterback.
But I know. Okay, so I again, I know I'm probably I'm gonna catch some flack from some Coach Prime fans, over his son. But Shadir, what makes Sanders worth being the first round pick when you look at his college resume and it's just
the same thing. I'm wondering the same thing. But again, you got Jackson Dart there. You have who else we have that are first round possible picks here? Quarterback. You got Jackson Dart. You got Quinn Ewers. You have Dylan Gabriel. You have any number of quarterbacks could go here. Even Graham Mertz, but I don't see Graham Mertz being a pick anywhere close to first round. So, Shadir Sanders, he's an interesting case. There's more hype around him than there needs to be. And a lot of it's got to do with his last name.
boy. I have not been really checking the chat so much here, but boy, oh boy,
Here we go. Here we go with Pittsburgh. Derek Harmon from defensive tackle from Oregon is the pick for Pittsburgh.
You thought Shadir was going to go here. Are you surprised or not surprised here?
I'm both ways, but I could see the Steelers taking a quarterback later in the round. There's plenty of quarterbacks that are higher quality that can go in the later rounds. But having Derek Harmon at this stage of the draft, that's basically a good home run pick for the Steelers, considering where he landed. So that's a pick out of Loyola, out of Loyola High School, out of Detroit, Michigan.
Well, now the state of Michigan has entered the chat.
I'm surprised they didn't. I'm surprised. I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised. If you get what I'm saying.
Well, there you go, Chris. Look at the states that we have that at least has one draft pick this year so far. Look at this. Look at the total. Look at the list that we've got growing.
You know, I don't see. I haven't seen a wider selection of states in the first round than we have this year compared to recent years. Because usually by this time of the year, by this time of the draft, you'll see 2, 3, 4 players from either Texas, California, or Georgia, or Florida.
And right now, Texas has 4, California 2, Florida 2, Georgia 2, which note about the California one are both from the same high school in California.
Yeah.
So if that tells you anything, there you go.
Usually by this time, you'll see multiple picks from 3 or 4 states. But considering the list so far, I'm impressed. And like I said earlier, this goes back to our discussion with the 2020 season and how recruiting played out.
Taking a look at a couple of things here. Trying to look at this here real quick here, trying to a group chat I'm in. They're already shaking at their knees about Travis Hunter. They're like, no, great, I got to face Travis Hunter twice a year. I just think the talk of Travis Hunter, the fact that, you know, several people said they needed to make, you know, the Jaguars needed to try to go for him, you know, trade, do whatever you got to do. I mean, again, my Coach Staples said he looks at it this way: we got one part of Travis Hunter this year. We already got part of the other part of Travis Hunter for next year. Why don't we need the first round pick next year?
Yeah, well, you got a point. But it's going to be interesting to see how Travis Hunter transitions from the college game to the NFL.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the. I don't know if this.
He's not going to have that luxury that he had in college, and you and I both know that.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know why the comments from X are not coming up here on the feed on the live stream, but I got to read this from Adam Kosniski. I know he's watching because he just commented under the live stream on X. And he said, Travis Hunter just landed Jacksonville some Sunday night and Monday night games. I am 100% agreement on that one. I think I think when that NFL schedule when the whole schedule is released on May 14th, you better watch out and buckle up. Get your popcorn out because Jacksonville is back on the map with that pick. Just absolutely hands down.
Well, the Jaguars, they got the London game. The 2 London games next year, so there's the big profile game for the Jaguars there. So I mean,
but in terms of Monday night and Sunday night games at home in Jacksonville, considering that actually, you know, the work has already started on the stadium renovation. Some of it has the permit. The big permit is actually in process of being reviewed by the city of Jacksonville. So we're the next. I know. I want to say. I think it's 2026. The stadium capacity is going to be reduced greatly. So there's not going to be as many fans in the stands. But when we look at it, in the next couple of years, especially, you know, like 27, wherever the Jaguars may play at, you know, be it Orlando, be it Gainesville, which, you know, I'm kind of
there's been talk of the Jaguars playing at Daytona International Speedway.
Well, that's actually out the door now, so that's not even an option. Daytona International Speedway is not an option. It's either going to be Orlando or it's going to be Gainesville. And the city of Orlando, they've got something on the table where they were able to get money to be able to do some certain things to lure the Jaguars to play there for 27. But they want certain guarantees from the Jaguars. I just don't know if the Jaguars are going to go up for that in terms of guarantee. Now, I think here's the thing, and this is where I wonder about this, is while we wait for the Chargers pick to come in. My big thing about everything here is this: going to Orlando is 2.5 hours. It's two and a half hours away from Jacksonville,
and you're basically closer to Tampa Bay than you are.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is where I don't know. This is what bothers. This is why I don't think Orlando. You know, as much as Orlando is going to try to throw everything to get the Jaguars to play at Camping World Stadium, the big thing for me is that, are the Jaguars fans going to be willing to drive 2.5 hours to Orlando? That is where I don't. Okay, get it that Orlando has a lot of hotels. I get it that there's a lot of things there in Orlando. Okay, you got the theme parks.
But the other thing is Orlando has a history of professional football in that stadium itself. They had the XFL there. They've had the World Football League there. They've had the World League of American Football there. So yeah, Orlando has had professional football there in that stadium.
But but here's the other side of it, and let's start with it. Let's go to the other side of this. Let's go to the other side of this one, where Gainesville. Let's talk about Gainesville here for a moment. All right. Here's the thing. Okay, yeah, Gainesville doesn't really host NFL. Has not really, you know, but you know what? The city of Gainesville has been able to hold 90,000 of its closest friends together for years at the Swamp. What's not to say that you know, the city of Gainesville can't handle this? They handle it pretty well with the terms of the people coming into town. It would actually, if the Jaguars were to play here for a year, it would give the city of Gainesville such a huge influx of dollars in terms of people that are going to come down here, that could it help the city coffers a little bit? That's a potential chance.
I could see the Jaguars going to Gainesville.
And I think
whether it works or not, I don't know.
I mean, the only thing that I think this is where, and this may be the only thing this may be a problem for Gainesville, is this: how do you coordinate with the Gators, the SEC, and making sure that, hey, okay, if the Jaguars are going to be playing a home game on a Sunday at the Swamp, do you send the Gators on the road that weekend, and vice versa? You know, are you going to have enough time to turn around and paint the field from being, you know, ready for college game day? You know, say if it's back to back, you know, can the city handle it? I don't know. Let's just say this: there would have to be some coordination here. But would Gainesville be the right place in terms of distance? Yes, but is it going to be the right place in terms of other things? That's the big question mark.
Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina, is off the board for the Chargers.
Wow. Okay. Amari and Hampton. Let's go to our sheet here where we have got some names here rolling around here and looking for my one sheet with running backs. Here we go. Hampton from North Carolina. So North Carolina now moves up the list a little bit here. And there you go.
The thing I worry about with the Jaguars going to Gainesville is the wear and tear on that field.
Which is grass. Where that's a big, and it's one thing about Camping World Stadium. What do they have? Artificial turf.
Yeah.
But the next question is does in my opinion, what can the Jaguars offer to the University of Florida? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. You can't really. You're talking apples and oranges here, because both teams have a lot of money. Both places have a lot of money, so money is not the issue. And I agree. I mean, the London Jaguars thing is a pipe dream, but it wasn't such a pipe dream like 10 years ago. But still.
Well, now the Jaguars are getting pretty much a brand new stadium.
Exactly.
It's like a 30-year deal for that. So I mean, at this point,
exactly,
the Jaguars aren't going anywhere. They're not leaving Jacksonville. I've always said this because people would get at me about this a lot, and I would get really offended. I would really get really upset. And they said, "Oh, the Jaguars are going to leave. The Jaguars are going to leave. They're going to go to London. They're going to go to Los Angeles. They're going to go elsewhere. They're going to go somewhere." I mean,
Yeah. At the same time, you had the Chargers moving from St. Louis to Los Angeles.
But
the Rams moving from St. Louis to Los Angeles. The Raiders moving from Oakland to Las Vegas.
But here's my problem. Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Where I really just like, okay. I've always told people it's like, then okay, if Shad Khan, in my opinion, if Shad Khan was so interested in moving the team out of Jacksonville, why would you spend money in renovating the stadium at their various points? Why would you spend money on the world's largest video boards? Why would you spend money on putting pools into the stadium? Why would you spend money on starting to buy pieces of land around the stadium to eventually make it to what it's going to be an entertainment? It's going to be a work, live, and play district. Then tell me why Shad Khan is building a Four Seasons hotel on the riverfront.
Mm-hmm.
If he was so interested in moving the team out of the city of Jacksonville, like I pinpointed all to a lot of these things to these people that were the naysayers. Just because the team has been down on its luck for more than it's not been, doesn't mean the team is just ready to be up to move. It's just not that just okay.
It's not.
If that was the case, the team was going to be ready. Then tell me why Detroit suffered for all those years. Detroit should have up to move.
This is not a situation where they're like the Oakland A's or the Tampa Bay Rays. So
I mean, Jacksonville was nowhere near close to that kind of situation. It's not. I mean, the NFL owners have already approved the stadium. Now the next thing is the NFL owners, I think, have to agree on the location where the Jaguars are going to play at in 2027, I believe. I believe they do have to approve that. So,
yeah.
It just
whether they play the entire year in London, that wouldn't surprise me either.
Well, I don't think. Well, here's the thing. But here's the thing: why I say that's not going to happen is because then you have to tax the players based on London rate, not United States rate, and then you're basically causing some problems. So, and I don't even know how it works in terms of when they play in London, how you're the pay is situated there because you're playing a game overseas. You're not playing the
Yeah,
game.
that's the other issue. That you got the monetary thing that they got to look out too.
By the way, Green Bay's pick is coming up here. Well, this is huge. You know they're going to drag this out for a few minutes.
Yeah, they're going to drag this out for a few minutes because
I mean, I'm looking at the crowd. No, I'm looking at the crowd. I can't even tell how many people are there, but there's got to be a.
They're all pumped up. Green Bay needs a cornerback, wide receiver, edge, or help on the offensive and defensive line. So they could go pretty much anywhere, more likely on defense.
Oh boy! So who do you think Green Bay goes with here?
I wouldn't be surprised if they go with the safety out of Georgia, Malachi Starks. That's my or Will Johnson out of Michigan. But knowing that the ties to the Midwest, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Will Johnson. Backing directly on the clock, so I think he's already in. Yes, Emory, the Florida-Georgia game will be played in Atlanta and Tampa, while the stadium in Jacksonville is renovated. I'm a bit surprised they're not going to play a home and home for the Florida-Georgia game. Okay, here we go.
All right.
You see that comment by Emery Smith? Yeah.
Say what?
You see the comment by Emery Smith there?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm yes, you're right. I believe next year, between next year and the next 2 years, not this year. I believe they're going to play Jacksonville this year, but the 26-27 they are playing in Atlanta and Tampa. Yes, there was talks about wanting to do home and home, have one game here in Gainesville, one game in Athens, but that didn't go. That didn't happen. Which, by the way, they did that in '93 and '94 when they were when the Jaguars, after the Jacksonville got awarded the Jaguars and they started renovating the old Gator Bowl. They did home and home between Gainesville and Athens. So I don't understand why they didn't do it this time around. All right, the picks coming in.
Come on, Green Bay, drag this out.
Well, hey, they're hosting now. Come on.
I know.
I'm telling you, the day they announced that Jacksonville is going to host the NFL draft is the day I'm putting credentials in for a table, media space, the whole 9 yards. Because dang it, I want to be right there in the middle of that one.
I'll be there with you.
I want to be right there in the middle of that one because honestly, that's going to be a once in a lifetime type situation that But I'm thinking we're probably talking at earliest 2030, probably.
Yeah.
So another 5 years.
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes earlier than that.
Well, the stadium. Well, 2028 is when the stadium's supposed to be ready for.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2028 or 29.
Well, I don't think 28 because the stadium may not be ready until like summer of 28. But 29, I'd see, yes, but it depends on how far out the NFL's going in scheduling, because they do schedule these things out several years in advance, like the Super Bowl.
Mhm.
So, do you realize that with the Super Bowl, they don't even go for bids anymore? They just they basically, it's like the city of Jacksonville just can't go bid on the Super Bowl now.
Wide receiver. Matthew Golden. That doesn't surprise me. Matthew Golden from University of Texas played at Summer Creek High School in Humboldt, Texas.
Summer Creek High School. Wow.
No, Klein Kane.
Huh?
Klein Kane High School out of Klein, Texas.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Matthew Golden. And Klein Kane, they're a school that had been around only since 2017, I think.
Oh, wow.
So relatively a new school. It was around that time, I think. They were just getting started, but the mid 2010s.
Wow. By the way, that marks the state of Texas having 5 high school alumni picked in this first round. And we got to go back to that correlation with the 2020 season there in high school football, Chris.
This doesn't surprise me at all. I mean,
state of Texas went full on with playing their schedule like normal.
Yes, they did.
Whereas the state of Florida, we kind of had I can remember it was going back and forth because we had a lot of stuff going on here with COVID. We had a lot of issues with COVID. We just whereas some of the like rural areas they started playing right out almost as soon as the FHA started allowing teams to start playing. They played. Mm-hmm. Other areas they just kind of came along and went as things came online at times. Yeah. But as I got to think about it.
You consider Florida with the tourism industry back at that time.
We took a hit. We took a significant hit here. I mean, the state of Florida took. We took a significant hit here, and with the high school football stuff. Oh wow, they gave him the dramatic. They gave him the show entrance coming in for Matthew Golden. So there you go.
Oh, Vikings pick is in. Minnesota, let's see. Minnesota went 14-3 last year and need a cornerback, offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, safety. They were in the middle of the pack offensively and defensively. Mm. I lean toward off defensive line for Minnesota.
Yeah, by the way, we're coming up here almost to the top of the hour, 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central Time. And we have right now on the clock, well, actually, the picks coming in is Minnesota. Houston's on the clock. The Chargers, Baltimore. Wait a second. Chargers are on the what? Hold on a second. I thought the Chargers picked earlier. Did I miss something?
The Chargers did pick earlier.
Then what the heck happened? Did we have some kind of trade here that I missed?
I don't think so. I think
Oh no, sorry, it's the LA Rams. Sorry, I'm looking at the logo.
Yeah, it was the Rams.
Sorry, it's the Rams that are coming up here. Sorry, it's the Rams. Sorry, the colors are too similar, and sometimes with the LA teams.
Yeah.
Ridiculous in my opinion, but I digress. So we got the Vikings, we got the Texans, we've got the Rams, we've got the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, the Bills, Chiefs, and then the Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Barring a trade, which could be happening.
Which I
mean,
well, you talk about coming in this position anywhere from 26, 27, 28 down to 32. A trade happening because a team wants to backdoor into it so they can get that fifth. So that it's something with about the fifth year.
Yeah, they get players that they want, and they're still available.
They want to be able to put that fifth year option onto especially with a quarterback. Because I think after the first round you can't do that with the picks.
So the Vikings are going to select Donovan Jackson, guard from Ohio State.
Well, there you go. Ohio State has 2 off the board tonight. So I got to make it a point here. Outside of from Cam Ward from the University from the University of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that,
we got a trade alert.
Houston's trading. Okay.
Houston traded the pick to the New York Giants.
Oh, so the Giants must be coming in for a quarterback. You got to think they're coming in for a quarterback here because you had that down as a need. So Houston's not going to pick in the first round here.
Houston, again, in return, they're giving a pick 34, 99, and a third-round pick in 2026.
Wow.
So here we go. As far as quarterback goes, I could see them taking Jackson Dart, maybe Quinn Ewers, or maybe Shedeur Sanders.
By the way, Donovan Jackson out of Episcopal of Texas.
Yes. Bel Air, I think, out of the Houston area.
So Giants are now on the clock officially.
So Shedeur Sanders is more than likely going to go here.
By the way, State of Texas now with 6 picks. Again, we talk about the separation from 2020 in terms of when these kids, or a lot of them were in high school, be it juniors or seniors that year.
Shedeur Sanders will be another pick for Texas if they, in fact, take him. But Jackson Dart is also on that list. So Jackson Dart, he played at Utah.
Wow.
I'm fully expecting Shedeur Sanders right here.
Okay. If they do not go Shedeur Sanders here,
I will be shocked. If it's not Shedeur Sanders, it's probably going to be Jackson Dart or Quinn Ewers.
Okay. So if it's not Shedeur Sanders, if it's not Sanders, is it going to be such a shock that you need this?
Yeah.
You didn't think I had that in the sound effects bar, did you?
Oh, I knew that was coming.
And if you're right, the applause is waiting.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's not Shedeur Sanders. I mean, the Rams are also on on deck here, and they're also a team that could be looking at a quarterback, even though they're because the situation with Matthew Stafford.
By the way, through 24 picks, only one quarterback has been picked, as you said.
Yeah.
So it tells you this is definitely not the year for quarterbacks in terms of teams needing quarterbacks.
You know another position we haven't seen? Linebacker.
I think we've only had like one.
Yeah. And linebacker is a position that you probably won't only see maybe one or two players out of the first 3 rounds.
And not to poke fun at my own team I love and totally love for, but I hope everybody learned a lesson that the year that the Jaguars drafted a fat punter in the 3rd round. Do not do that. Do not do that. I don't care who you are. Do not do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
But that's over a decade ago since that happened. So I mean, a lot has changed, and the new regime. James Gladstone, general manager, Tony Baselli, executive vice president of football operations. I mean, Liam Cohen, the new head coach. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I still can't get over the Travis Hunter pick because I just
people to this day still putting that up, and it's funny.
It's Jacksonville might not be the biggest media market. It's in one of the smaller media markets in terms of for the NFL. But you gotta really, the move that the Jaguars made tonight is what you would expect at a big NFL market. This is something that would be level of like the Rams doing, or the Eagles, or the Chiefs. I mean, this is the kind of move that you would see a big city team do, and the Jaguars just said, "Hey, do not count us out of this. We are here. We are coming to play, and we're gonna throw all the chips onto the table here in this situation."
The Giants are about to make their pick.
There's talk about it might be in Jackson Dart, not Shadur.
That's good. Like I said a couple minutes ago, I said Jackson Dart when you were what you do.
And you did say Jackson Dart, and they're talking about Jackson Dart. There you go, right there. So, boy, Shadur.
Pick is Jackson Dart.
There you go.
So Utah gets a pick in the NFL draft.
Wait a second. The state of Utah?
Yep.
The state of Utah? Wow. Corner Canyon. By the way, that's a team that has been up there in the national rankings in high school football for they've been in the
very
mix.
long time.
Say what?
They've been on the rankings for a very long time.
So probably no surprise there in terms of seeing that. So Corner Canyon, wow.
And we could talk to Jeff Fisher about that tomorrow, about Corner Canyon and Jackson Dart, the impact that he had on that program.
I'm interested in also talking with Jeff Fisher about the situation in terms of how the COVID year has impacted here. When we're looking at it 5 years later, how COVID seasons for these players impacted him in college, but also now impacting these guys in the NFL draft. I'd like to get his national perspective on that. I mean, I think we already have some perspective on it, but I would love to get more of his perspective on the other side of it too.
So the Falcons are up here after a trade with the Rams.
Really? What the heck? Wait a second. That's why I put that's why I took the ticker down basically because the draft order's already out. Already gone.
Falcons are up here after a trade with the Rams.
Yes, Corner Canyon did beat IMG last year. I think yes, they did.
Yeah, I think they were the first team to beat IMG in what 2 or 3 years. If I'm not mistaken.
By the way, is this going to be Atlanta's second pick of the first round? Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is their second pick.
Now I'm curious to what did Atlanta give up to come back into the first round? Now so much for having have all 32 teams pick in the first round. That went out the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking for
Man, the Falcons.
Okay. So the Falcons trade the 46th pick and 242 and a first rounder in 2026 for the Rams 26th pick and 101st pick. So there you go.
Wow.
That was done. That was announced like 3 minutes ago.
New York Giants quarterbacks right now: Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito. What the heck? What the heck? That's their quarterback roster right now.
Oh yeah.
Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. I haven't heard Jameis Winston's name in a hot minute.
It's amazing how far down Jameis Winston's gone since the last few years. Okay, see what the Falcons did to trade up here.
They went for a defensive. Okay, they went defense here. James Pierce out of Tennessee, an edge. Okay, would you say that's a little shocking?
Because that was the number one. Edge is their number one need.
Wow.
So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And for those wondering, James Pierce came from Chambers High School out of Charlotte, North Carolina. So that is the second pick for North Carolina.
Actually, the third pick.
Yeah, third. Yeah, Falcons got their 26 overall in the third round pick, and then they.
So North Carolina's moving up on the board here.
So now we have the Baltimore Ravens on the clock.
So Texas was 6, North Carolina 3, California, Florida, Georgia, all each with 2, and then everybody else 1. And it's a wide plethora of states here.
Baltimore more than likely going to go defense. They do need some offensive line help, even though Baltimore is probably the most impressive team out of all teams in the draft. They were ranked number 1 on offense and number 10 defensively in the league.
I just got to check out. I'm just trying to check out some of the stuff. I mean,
Yeah, we brought up that debate earlier with Shedeur Sanders, whether he would be a first round pick or not.
right now, it's you saw. I think a lot of people with the NFL pundits, all the draft experts, seeing Shedeur Sanders was like we're going to be a first round pick. Do you think
we debated that and we were like, I didn't see it. You didn't
I didn't see it either. I didn't see it either. And so far, right now, through 26 picks, through 26 picks,
unless there's a team that trades up, I don't see him.
But here's the thing: through 26 picks, with 26 picks, 24 teams through 26 picks have said no. Shedeur Sanders is not a number 1 pick. Is not a first round pick. So far. What does that say?
Unless there's a team that trades up to get him, I don't know.
But what does that say, though? What does it say?
His numbers were not that impressive in Colorado. I am sorry, if you're going to retire his number, that was the wrong freaking move. Pardon my French.
But if they were projecting Shedeur Sanders to go in the first round, I mean, hold on 1 second. Trying to figure something out here. If trying to pull up a sheet here. Okay, let me give me 1 second. I gotta pop up a banner here real quick. I just gotta move something here real quick so that way y'all don't see it, because it's some of it's just proprietary information that I don't want. All right. There we go. All right. Just trying to, I had some information that I didn't want to, with the screen that I got some stuff that I wanted to move, but I wanted to get to a couple of links here if I can get them opened here real quick. And that's, I can open them. Because I looked at 3 mock drafts, one from ESPN, one from PFF, and one from SB Nation. What I want to look at is see where they had Shedeur going. Because I'm really, really like... See, they had... the ESPN mock draft had Shedeur Sanders going 9 at to New Orleans. Okay? That's from Jordan Reed at ESPN. All right, I'm going to the one from Pro Football Focus. Oh, they had Shedeur going 2 in the first round to the Cleveland Browns. All right, in the mock draft. All right. SB Nation had Sanders going 9 in New Orleans Saints. So basically, what it already says, a lot of these mock drafts, a lot of these pundits.
Yeah.
My advice, you may want to go back to someone who, like me, is not a pundit, not an expert in NFL pro football or doing draft analysis. When I look at this,
reminds me of.
Say what?
I'm gonna give you. You know what this reminds me of? I'm gonna give you one name.
Who?
He played for Notre Dame. Brady Quinn. You remember back that when he was in that draft, Brady Quinn was projected to be one of the top quarterbacks in that draft class. He ended up being drafted 22nd. They predicted him to be a top 3 or top 4 pick.
Well, I
And
mean,
the same thing happened to Johnny Manziel. Ironically, both teams, the team that picked both of those players were the Cleveland Browns.
it's interesting. Okay, there you go. Baltimore, Malachi Starks out of Georgia.
Yeah, I've been waiting for him to fall. I've been waiting for Malachi Starks to come up.
And he's staying, and he's going to be headed up I-95 up to Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Malachi Starks played at Jefferson, Georgia. So another Georgia player off the board.
Boy, 20. We're almost there.
Wouldn't it be funny if the Cleveland Browns actually took Ja'Marr Sanders?
But the question is where, though?
In the second round? I could actually see that happening. Cleveland taking Ja'Marr Sanders in the second round. Let's see. So the Lions pick is in.
So Georgia 3, North Carolina 3.
The Lions were 15-2 last year. They needed an edge line, offensive line, safety, defensive lineman, and a wide receiver. They were second in the league in offense, 20th in the league in defense. And ironically, they have both a new offensive coordinator and a new defensive coordinator this year.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a very interesting year to see what happens to the Detroit Lions.
Someone questioning that Atlanta gave up a second and a first for James Pierce. Do you think that was smart?
Yeah.
Okay.
James Pierce won to Atlanta with a smart move. Atlanta needed him. He's going to do very well there. He doesn't have to go far because he came from Knoxville. Knoxville and Atlanta are just a stone's throw away. Just right up the interstate.
By the way, I need you to can you check on this, Chris? I know when we talked about Deion Sanders being I know he played both ways, but was he drafted as a two-way player?
I think he was.
Someone said the last player that played two positions was Shannon Sharp, but was Shannon Sharp drafted as a two-way player? That's going to be the huge difference here that I'm kind of curious now. Someone brought that up about Shannon Sharp, but I'm just see, that's the thing. Shannon Sharp played tight end. See, I think people can.
So technically, Deion Sanders was not drafted as a two-way player.
Okay. And it doesn't look like Shannon Sharp.
He was basically known as a defensive back at that time.
Say what now?
He was basically known as a defensive back during that time, even though he did play some offense, but his main focus was defensive back. And that makes a lot of sense. Because he played defensive back at Florida State.
So as it goes, it is believed that Travis Hunter is the first player in the common draft era to be drafted as a two-way player. Right, be listed with two positions in the draft.
In this millennium, yes.
Or at least it's millennium, but it's still huge. I just, wow.
Tyreek Williams from Ohio State defensive tackle, drafted by the Washington Commanders. Came up with a tongue there.
Yeah. Another Ohio State player off the board.
This guy came from, let's see.
They got him listed as a defensive tackle, so let's see.
Unity Reed out of Manassas, Virginia.
So Virginia now with their second player on the board tonight.
And that came from the Washington, D.C. metro area. And we got the Buffalo Bills now up. I mean, Lyke Williams went to Detroit.
So now the state of Virginia up with two players on the board.
One from the Richmond area and one from the D.C. area. So the Commanders are now on board. Commanders came out of nowhere last year.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And gave teams a lot of trouble, by the way, too.
It's funny how an ownership change would change the culture.
Right. Ownership change has done a lot of good for the Commanders.
It's funny how that ownership change changed everything. They couldn't win with Daniel Snyder there.
No, you're right.
And now they're proposed, more than likely, the Commanders, in the coming years, more than likely will be heading back to Washington, D.C. at the site of the RFK Stadium location. And for those that are not familiar with the history of the RFK Stadium, that stadium is still standing, but it hasn't been occupied since 2017. And if you're interested in some things about that, the Washington Commanders stadium situation, go to Brody Brazil on YouTube, and he's got a video about the Washington Commanders stadium situation. They're more than likely going to be coming up for a vote in the next few years, and the stadium land itself has now been transferred from the federal government to the city of Washington, D.C. So it's not the federal government that owns that land now. It's the city of Washington, D.C.
So you think that makes it easier for a potential new stadium to be built?
Yeah. That'll make it a lot easier for a stadium to be built there.
So
Even
so
though
that
you're still going to have the opposition for people wanting low-income housing there, but still, that's in any stadium situation. But I think the Commanders will end up back in D.C. in a few years.
and get back and get away out of Landover, Maryland, right?
They're actually, they're in Landover at the Pittsburgh Field in Maryland. Yeah, I've been in the stadium before. That's not that place is a total dump. And anybody that's been in that stadium can tell you the same thing. That place is a dump.
No, I believe it. So we're kind of on a commercial break here. 4 picks to go, people. 4 picks.
It's sad because that stadium is not necessarily an old stadium. It's still relatively new. It built back in the 1990s, I think. So it's still a relatively new stadium.
Yeah.
Commanders took Josh Connerly from Oregon, the offensive tackle.
Okay.
And Josh Connerly came from Reno Beach High School out of Seattle, Washington. So that he's the second pick for the state of Washington.
Well, I don't think Buffalo Chiefs or Eagles need a quarterback right now.
No.
Shamir Sanders is going to this.
Like I said, I wouldn't be shocked to see Shamir Sanders going the second round to the Cleveland Browns tomorrow night. Just a bold prediction. There's no way Buffalo, Kansas City, or Philadelphia will draft a guy like that. Not when you have 3 of the best quarterbacks in the league. In terms of where Buffalo would go, they need quarterback. They need cornerback, defensive line, wide receiver edge, and safety. They were in the middle of the pack offensively in both categories.
Well,
I could see them going, I don't know.
Well, we can say one, as we're getting closer here with Chris with the 3 remaining picks, at least we can say tonight Florida was not shut out of the first round.
Right.
We did get 2 picks. We thought maybe it was going to be 1, but it's 2.
Yeah.
Texas is in the lead, obviously, with 6
That's
already.
That's not a surprise because I saw that coming 10 miles away.
Say what?
That's not a surprise because I saw that coming 10 miles away this year.
You telling me you heard the freight train coming down the track for that?
Yeah, I did.
The more we talked about it, it really is not surprising that obviously there's been a state has had its own dealings here in terms of Florida, in terms of how it's just interesting how what happened 5 years ago is still having its effect to this day, and it's really interesting that we're seeing that play out here. I mean, California, by the way, outside of Servite out of California, nobody else from California has had a player picked, which could also explain, hey, playing in the spring might have had an impact too there for California as well. Look at it.
Mm-hmm.
States that had Georgia played a full slate of games. I think they started about a week 2 later, but they ended up playing their full slate. States that had the impacts with scheduling where it was all over the place. North Carolina, California, Florida, Virginia, Washington, which are states that, outside of Washington, North Carolina, California, Florida, Virginia.
All states with issues in 2020.
It's what's happened here. What happened in 2020 is playing out here now that we're seeing it. Whereas kids, it played out in the college level in some degree. Now it's playing out here a little bit here in the NFL. As much as you don't want to try to compare it, we also know we have to see.
COVID had a big impact on recruiting that year, and that can't be understated.
No, you're right. One corner that's gone. That's it. Okay. Well, technically it's 2 corners are gone if you're talking about Travis Hunter. But yeah. They're referring Travis Hunter as a unicorn, which makes sense.
Yeah. You take Travis Hunter off that Colorado team, and that team would not have won 3 games.
It's just amazing.
I love what the NFL does when giving these people spotlight, these kids from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, the spotlight to announce a pick. Fantastic organization, by the way.
Say what?
I love what the NFL does when allowing these kids from the Make-A-Wish Foundation to make picks, announce the picks.
Now that is pretty cool. I love that with the picks, but not just that, but also like how they have involved like high school teams over the years, girls flag football teams.
Cornerback. Maxwell Harrison and Kentucky.
Okay. That is that's okay.
I didn't see him coming in the first round.
And that gives the state of Michigan their second pick of the night.
Yeah, West Bloomfield, Michigan. And we got a team trading up. The Kansas City
They just walked.
Get this. The Kansas City Chiefs traded their pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. They basically swapped picks. So instead of Philadelphia picking 32nd, it's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, that's something.
That's a curious trade. I'm interested to know the details of that trade.
I'm so baffled. What? By the way, Travis Hunter's family, they wanted him in Jacksonville. They wanted him to be a Jaguar. I think that's why Travis Hunter was so excited when they made that. They pulled the blockbuster deal off. Yes, my fiance is a huge Eagles fan, so yes, indeed. Let's see. Eagles acquire pick number 31 from the Chiefs for picks number 32 and 164. So not really much the Eagles are giving up there.
They're basically giving the Bills one more pick.
I mean, yeah, they're just it's not really. I mean, at the end of the day, you're just giving the Chiefs an extra pick. I mean, it's not really like. Well, we're almost to the end here. 2 more, and then we're done. So, Chris, I mean, tonight, thoughts on what we've seen so far here as we wait for the final couple picks to roll in here?
Couple teams had home run picks, in my opinion. Jacksonville.
Let's start with Jacksonville there because I mean, whoo, man. Zach Lesnar, who was watching earlier, he called it. He said, "Jaguars trade up, go get Hunter."
Mm-hmm. The other team that I thought had the home run pick was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Emeka Egbuka.
That was huge there for the Buccaneers,
and a lot of people did not see that coming. All that does is make the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense a lot more dangerous. And that makes Baker Mayfield a much better quarterback than he's.
By the way, so far they're giving the Jaguars an A for Travis Hunter. That's one source. That's Sports Illustrated. I'm looking. The grade that like they're already putting grades out. This is what I love to see here. Trying to get a idea. By the way, they give the Tennessee pick for Cam Ward an A, but the New York Times with the Athletic give the Titans a B plus, while the Jaguars get an A for taking Travis Hunter. So you're likely going to see an A and A plus there in this situation for Jaguars with the blockbuster there.
What did they pick for Tampa Bay?
Let's see what the Athletic says here, as long as I don't hit the paywall. Trying to find out here. Give me 1 second here. Seen the Athletic is actually giving it a C minus on that pick.
That makes no sense.
But I'm going to go to the one that's Sports Illustrated just real quick because I'm just kind of curious to see here. I'm looking at various sources because it's just a way of gauging what the landscape is saying here. They're giving that one a B minus. So, but you know what?
I could see it from the standpoint of what they need. But in terms of upgrading that offense, that's an A+ to me.
Let's see. Fox Sports, they're giving the pick for Tennessee a B. This one, Rob Rang, who wrote this article at Fox Sports, what does he give the Jaguars grade? A
I'm
B.
gonna guess a B.
A B. A B. A B. Come on. Are you serious? That's like the biggest blockbuster. I mean,
I think the B comes from what they gave up on that deal. That's probably why.
It's like adding a quarterback to challenge Thomas as well helps make this bold to trade him. They're talking about Brian Thomas Jr. But here's the thing: it had better as trading their 2026 first round selection to move up 3 spots is borderline reckless. I don't know if I call it borderline reckless. But then again, maybe I just got rose-colored glasses on because I'm a biased Jaguars fan. So there you go.
You know, the Bears with Mike Dichter made that trade with New Orleans many, many years ago.
Do you know what? I'm no, and it probably won't be up until tomorrow. Is the one I'm looking the one column I'm interested in looking at tomorrow is Gene Fournette from the Florida Times Union in Jacksonville, reading how he feels about the pick there for with Travis Hunter, because his columns can be really, really very interesting, and he I will be honest, he doesn't leave anything on the table when it comes to criticizing the team or praising the team. He basically is an equal opportunist, if that's what you have how to describe it. How Gene Fournette writes.
I'd be more interested to see what Mel Kiper says in his review.
So Jalad, how do you say it? Campbell, out of Alabama, linebacker by the Eagles. Okay, was that a need for Philadelphia?
I believe it was.
Actually, no. Safety, defensive line, cornerback, edge, and offensive line for Philadelphia. So I'm confused. I'm kind of confused here. Why Philadelphia? What did they see something in Campbell that nobody else sees? That's what I'm wondering.
I could see that coming because all they're doing is making that defense a lot better. I mean, he's a hell of a player.
Oh, I don't disagree there. I mean, the Eagles won for a reason. The Eagles manhandled the Chiefs for a reason. I mean, that was a complete when you can figure out how to frustrate Patrick Mahomes, which the Eagles did.
John Campbell's one of those players that will do the same thing. He will frustrate the hell of it all. He will frustrate an offense to no end. And he did that to Georgia.
Oh, by the way, he's out of Timber Creek Regional in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Wow. So New Jersey's on the board tonight. We don't usually hear much. I mean, we hear about, like, New Jersey high school football. We hear about New Jersey football, like St. John Bosco and a couple of the other private powers, and but we don't hear a lot about the other. The people in New Jersey will say, "Hey, well, we have good football and all that," but I never agreed with them when they give out like 30 state championships a year. So there you go. I mean, is it really a state championship if it's 30 state championships going out a year? I mean, but I think they've changed that. They've changed that over the last few years. Mm-hmm. They've kind of not like. Shrunk it down a lot, but there you go. New Jersey is on the board now.
Okay, let's see what the Chiefs would go here. Chiefs need offensive line, defensive line, edge, safety, wide receiver. They don't go wide receiver. The Chiefs actually do need another wide receiver.
By the way, how about this? 17 states have had a draft pick tonight.
That's impressive.
17 states. Usually we're talking maybe
10 or 12.
10 to 12. Tonight, it's been 17 different states that have had at least one draft pick, which is impressive. I mean, we're going going from as big as California, Texas, and Florida, the three most populous states, to Idaho and South Dakota. I mean, we're talking. Hey, no one's being. Hey, the NFL draft is being an equal opportunity drafter this year. There you go.
Emery Smith said the best offense is going to be loaded this year. Mayfield, Evans, Goodwin.
Yeah, let me pop that up comment from Emery there.
And now Buka.
Buka
was a steal. The Buka was a steal. I don't care what the pundits say. That was probably the second biggest steal of the night.
Man. Trying to see. Okay, well, we're down to the final pick.
There's a projection for tomorrow first pick for the Cleveland Browns, and it's expected to be Shadir Sanders.
But let's talk about this here. Everybody kept saying Shadir Sanders was going to be a first round pick. Almost every single mock draft had him as a first round pick. And here he is. He's not 10, going in the first round. No, yes, top 10. No, top 10. Why? What is this signal? Is it the teams know what they're seeing versus what the so-called NFL draft experts
honestly, I think a lot of it is there was the name recognition. And that's a lot
but if the draft experts at all these different outlets are saying that they're going on to do this by picking because it's Shadir Sanders. Oh, he's the son of Deion Sanders. He's the son of Coach Prime. Oh, well, he's going to go in the first round. That ain't not evaluating talent. That's not choosing talent. That's just saying, hey, well, he's a name that it's
Josh Simmons from Ohio State, the offensive tackle, born to Kansas City Chiefs.
By the way, out of thing, I believe Ohio State had like 4 picks tonight. By the way, I got to say something here because there's also something else that has happened here tonight that I don't think anybody is picking up on. Nobody's really talking. Maybe they saw it coming, but the University of Florida did not have a first-round draft pick, which breaks a streak of first-round draft picks. No first-round draft pick tonight for the University of Florida.
You think a lot of that had to do with the coaching carousel that the Florida Gators have had the last few years?
I'm pretty sure it does. By the way, offensive tackle, I'm looking at Simmons. He is from California.
I say that because the coach they have there now, there's nothing really to write home about with him.
Well, Florida did show. Remember, the Gators showed a lot of shock here. Yeah. In the second half of the season, they improved. They showed a lot of. They shocked a lot of people when the improvements started happening. They started winning.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody had left Florida for dead.
No.
Everybody thought Florida was going to finish like 2-10 and not even make a bowl game. What happened? The Gators make a bowl game and go down to Tampa and win the said bowl game.
And for your information, Josh Stemmon came from Helix Charter from La Mesa, California. So that's the third California player of the night.
Yep. California now up to 3 on the board here. So
Emily Smith asked, and when was the last time the Florida Gators didn't have a player in the first round?
Are you looking that up right now?
Yep. That's what, look at the comment.
By the way, this checks out to what we've got, but based upon Florida, Texas, at 6. Wait a second. Hold on. What he's saying.
When was the last time Florida did not have a player in the first round?
Okay, so Jeff Fisher saying here on High School Football America that Texas had 6 players. Correct. California, Florida, Georgia, North. He's saying Florida had. Is there another player that we had that went to IMG? I'm trying to figure this out where he's got this because I only have 2.
I have 2 as well.
So I've got to figure out where he's getting. Well, he said Jalid Campbell went to IMG Academy.
Yeah, Campbell?
Yeah.
I'm looking that up.
Because if that's the case, then we have a third, but
he was listed at Timber Creek Regional High School in New Jersey. Let's see.
Well, it says IMG. It is IMG Academy, actually.
Yes, he did play his senior season at IMG.
And that's the problem is that they schools listed in their, but it's. I think we're just gonna have to double check even further if they're IMG Academy kids.
Yeah. And I've got some choice words about IMG Academy, and I'm not going to say them here.
Oh. So New Jersey actually is off the board now. And then Florida's now got officially 3. Nope. So California, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina with 3, Michigan, Virginia, and Washington with 2, and then Indiana, Idaho, Indiana, Louisiana, Missouri, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, and Tennessee and Utah each with 1. So 16 states. Talk about the spread that we had tonight.
The last time the Florida Gators did not have a first-round pick in the NFL draft was 1996.
So that's a long streak that just got broken tonight.
1996 was the last time the Florida Gators did not have a first-round pick in the NFL draft. But Emily Smith, there you go. You're up to an answer.
That's been almost 30 years. 30 years time? Pretty close.
29.
29 years.
Just showing Emily's fifth question up there again. 29 years was the last time the Florida Gators did not have a first round pick.
Yeah. It's just crazy. Yeah.
That's 2 years before he was born.
It's just crazy. Let me go ahead and add this to.
So, yeah, that was pretty interesting.
Well, but you know what it speaks to on this situation? At the end of the day, it's about how your teams do. You win, your guys are going to get your guys are going to get noticed. You're not winning.
Oh yeah.
They say winning's not the only thing, but winning has a big impact on a lot of things. So, Wow. All right. The first night of the NFL draft is over. All right. So, Chris, tomorrow night we'll be back for round 2, probably between 6:30 and 6:45. We got it set for 6:30, so we'll kind of set.
Yeah.
But we've got and then the first rounds 2 and 3 go start at 7. So,
yeah, we're going to be looking to get some interviews tomorrow. Hopefully, Jeff Fisher will join us tomorrow. We'll have a couple more. I'm hoping we're going to work on some of those. We'll try to get some interviews in for Saturday as well.
But we'll see what happens here. I mean, round 2 could be really, really interesting to see what happens here. I mean, tonight, who did not have a pick tonight after the thought that it was supposed to be all 32 were going to have a pick tonight. I believe 2 teams did not get.
Houston did not pick.
And who was our second that did not pick?
Hmm?
Or did we have or was Houston the only team that did not pick tonight?
I think Houston was the only team that did not pick.
Wow. After the prospects of 32 teams, all 32 were going to have a first round pick tonight. Houston goes out and trades it away, and well, they didn't trade it away. They got something out of it. So
yeah, and of course the Giants got a good pick out of that trade as well. So
absolutely. Well, Chris. Boy, it's been an interesting night here, and first round of the 2025 NFL draft is in the books, and we're gonna call it a night here. Wrap it up here. No, appreciate y'all joining us here tonight and watching us. We'll be back tomorrow night for round 2 and 3 here on FloydHSL.com. Well, I think we'll see a lot more talent from the Sunshine State actually come off the board here. The next 2 rounds here.
We'll have some interviews tomorrow.
Yes,
we're gonna work hard tomorrow afternoon and get the interviews for tomorrow night. So,
no, absolutely. Well, appreciate everybody joining us here on the show tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow night again 6:30. We'll get the table set for rounds 2 and 3, and with that said, we'll see y'all tomorrow right here on FloydHSL.com and the FloydHSL.com social media networks. Good night, and sleep well.